prepared her for anal gang rape by using a pump to expand her anal passage, and gang rape by 5 or 6 men. At one point, she had 4 men inside of her. And after raping her, you threatened her with your lock knife. Your reaction was to pick up a baseball bat with a silver metal handle, strike her on the head with it, and insert the baseball bat inside of her vagina. This is a girl who was 12. So this is looking really bad. How do we know this is true? Well, why don't you just think about it? Why don't you think about it? What do you think? You think it's fake? Let's be honest, what the fuck? Yeah, it's really bad. Before gang raping Taylor, they chanted about Allah did across the nation. It's all linked to Islam. Read the full report here. Oh my god. So many people need to be executed, man. These horrific crimes have only escalated in recent decades, especially following Tony Blair's 1997 victory and the start of orchestrated mass immigration. With greater numbers came greater opportunities for abuse. Perpetrators built organized networks that transported victims between towns and cities and passed girls between multiple adult men. So each of these areas, the same tactics were used. Girls as young as 11 were targeted with gifts, alcohol, and drugs, collected in taxis from the school gates, care homes, and streets, taken to houses, and then repeatedly raped by groups of men, passed between perpetrators, trafficked around country lines, and then impregnated and forced into abortions. Most victims endured violence, were filmed for blackmail, or told they were white trash or kafar who deserved punishment. And so, wow. The authorities at every level, including the police, social services, and health services, schools, licensing bodies, and politicians knew the patterns, possessed the intelligence, and still failed to protect the country's children. The evidence establishes that a national scandal of repeated rape, trafficking, torture, pregnancy, forced Islamic conversion, and lifelong trauma enabled by institutional denial, political calculation, and the fear of the accusation of racism took place over decades. Well, what do you do? What do you do in a situation like this? It's worse than Epstein, I know. It's infinitely worse than Epstein. Because the thing is that no matter how bad Epstein is, he's only one person. These people are basically all of the worst accusations are like the actual events that happened inside of this. It's way worse, exactly. Not just say, think about it, you reach millions of people, you can't really said explicitly things. So you're mad that I'm indicating that I think that you should do extreme measures? Yeah, I'll make it very clear. I think that anybody that was involved in this should be put to the death penalty. Period. That's my perspective. I mean, it's very simple, actually. Extremely simple. Without a question, yeah, publicly, that's it. Yeah, I mean, duh. I mean, what else is, I mean, you're literally ignoring a bunch of, little girls getting raped constantly over and over. How is that not death penalty? I mean, that's the only answer you could have. What do you mean? He thought he had a point. Well, I mean, there's some people, again, I think that, and the reason that I use, a lot of this, what you would say kind of extreme language is because I want to normalize it. I want to normalize the thought of this type of accountability. I want to normalize the behavior like this. I want people to listen to this, and I want them to think, you know what, actually, I'm not alone. Actually, it's okay for me to want this, and actually, it's okay. And if enough people think that, and enough people start saying this, then it becomes a manifest reality, and you can actually talk about doing this more publicly, and then it becomes a policy, and then you're able to do it. So that's the reason why. I talk about it the way that I do because I want to normalize this behavior. I do. Why the death penalty? You should hold them as slaves, build prisons and trees. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, again, there's people that would do worse than I would, right? They would. What if we use them as human experimentations in hard or dangerous works like lithium mines? Oh, that'd be fine, too. But as long as the end result is certain death,
hey, what's up?
That matters, right? What happens before then isn't really that relevant to me. But as long as that's the end goal, then I'd be happy. So,
I only started 7 minutes ago, so no, you're not.
So fuck slavery the minute they can personal life is forfeit. Well, I don't know. I mean, like, you have to think about, like, what else. Like, the real way that I would approach this, I'll tell you the truth, right? The real way that I would approach this is actually a lot worse than this. This is my PR version of how.
I mean, it's hard for you to be early considering you can't get here before me.
Awful, right? It'd be terrible. And so say it? Of course not. I don't want to get in trouble. I'd get in trouble if I said it. And so
I need a parking lot.
Again,
I also need that airdrop,
you
but
don't walk into the pool.
I don't know why they're goddamn being so stingy.
You walk in and you slowly acclimate to things. And so you have to boil the frog. You don't do it immediately. We'll get to that. We'll get to that, but we're not there yet, okay? So just be patient. It's not for why. Again, I don't want to get into any details, right? 250,000 victims. 87 to 95% of the perpetrators are Muslim. Remigration is the moderate solution.
Oh, wow, I got a lot of points.
During the rape of Nanking, Japanese soldiers were estimated to have raped 20 to 80,000 Chinese women. And the report estimates at least 250,000 women were victimized by these Muslim
we gotta look at.
Exactly.
I'm doing all right here.
The funniest thing about it is that if any of these guys had done this, and you know what they do to Pakistan?
I'm gonna work on this.
They kill them over there for doing this. And you know what they do in like other places like Saudi Arabia and Dubai? They kill them for this. So like really, I think we should apply their exact same laws here. Like they don't put up with this shit. Nobody puts up with this shit. That's it. Mm-hmm. That's why they invade. Yeah, that's why they invade the West. This is the exact thing. Is that they know that their degeneracy and their animal behavior won't be tolerated in their home countries, and they'll literally have their dick cut off or they'll just be executed, right? And so they can't do it in their own country, so they come to Western countries where there's like some white guilt around, you know, holding these people accountable for it. So they come over here and do it here instead. It must have happened in all of Western Europe, from Spain to Denmark. It's happening everywhere in the country. It is. And this is why I said before, like, I would... Never mind. Never mind.
All right.
And so, anyway, let's go back and look at this here. Well,
that probably would have helped
public prosecutions.
at first.
It's been reported that 13,000 suspected rape gang members and pedophiles were let off with warning letters. The Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, repeatedly insisted there were no grooming gangs operated in the city. Investigation revealed that Khan had direct access to HM Inspectorate of Constabulary documents detailing the very patterns of the offending that he denied. That's right, because they're lying. That's the exact reason. Oh my God. If there was a case like that in Norway, well, I don't know. You're missing the religious component. They're doing it. They're not doing it to Muslim girls. Well, yeah, of course they're religious extremists. I know that. And that's my whole point, right? I mean, are we gonna have to go back to the original? Like, where is it here?
Oh, holy shit. God damn, Shoujo, you scared the crap out of me.
Like, I don't know, really. This is probably going to be an easy way for me to find this, right? I'm going to just find the image. Where's the image for this? I don't know if I can find it. I'm sorry. And this might not be it. This is on FaceSpace.
In English, so you can understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, the only thing you really missed, I built a second forge.
You have translation, but I just want to make sure you get it right.
And filled it up. Right now, I'm getting ready to make the
far more
shell casings and
coming out of Europe because of lack
slugs.
Of decision making.
I got gunpowder being made.
Or they know the Middle East and they know Islam and they know.
I just want to gather more resources, make as much ammo as possible. Plus, get out here and try to get a little smarter.
2018, by the way. Exactly. And so that's it. Honestly, bro, you're not helping me. Want Muslims at all in the country? Like Islam, sure, but these guys are the ones that help us filter them out. Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is listen to these guys. This has always been my outlook. Listen to the guys that run these countries on how to deal with these people. Because they know how to deal with these people. And if you don't deal with them the way that they deal with them, you're gonna have these problems. That's it. You just listen to them. Oh, okay, that's what we should do. Okay, that makes sense. It's that simple. They all knew. Yeah, they knew what was going on. It's obvious what's going on because they have to deal with it all the time. Like UK, yeah, exactly. If the report's accurate, then the number of rapes in the report is more than the total amount of rapes committed during the rape of Nanking. Well, of course it's probably more. I mean, think about how long did the rape of Nanking go on for, right? Like, I don't think it was really that long.
Quick gun.
Where's
that dog?
Yeah,
where's this zombie? Where's everybody?
This is something that's been going on for a decade. So obviously, it's
I don't have to worry too much about that shit.
Because it's
where the fuck is that dog?
The amount of length, or 20 or 30 times the amount of length. So yeah, obviously,
there.
Every person in power is actually publicly executed if possible. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good idea, for sure. And if you say passive, then it continues to enable them, yet Americans think because they're oppressed, because they do SA.
Can't be good.
Well, I don't know about that.
Is there another bird? Oh! Holy shit!
To read about what's been done to the children of Britain.
Fucking raining zombies.
Mary Pitt and the rest of the inquiry team on the harrowing report, those responsible will know justice. The leadership allowed 250,000 little girls. Oh, here we go. They operated under an honor and shame plan code that treated non-Muslim girls, especially white working-class girls, as property available for sexual use because these girls had no male protectors who could retaliate. That's the reason. See, these people listen to one language, and that's violence. There is no other language they listen to. They do not listen to reason. They don't listen to rationality. They don't listen to, like words. They don't listen to shame. They only listen to violence. That's it. And anyway, the men began showering the girls with attention gifts, alcohols, and then escalated to coercion, gang rape, and trafficking. So we saw this before. Muslim men justified their abuse by describing white British girls as easy, trash, or morally inferior. So this is actually insanely fucking... Oh my god, this is bad. Wow. And Nuremberg trial for the death penalty for the savages that committed these crimes against our people.
I do sometimes hit zombies with my shovel, so give my shovel a bleed effect is not a bad idea.
250,000 unpublished rapes by Muslim men onto women and children in the UK, completely undocumented and unpunished for fear of being called racist. Animals, you keep saying that?
Burning shaft instead of that.
I don't view them as people. I don't view them or think that we should treat them like people.
Here.
It's the same thing as like you have like a rabid dog that's like attacking people. You just put the dog down.
What is this?
Like that's
gunpowder. I need that.
About it. I do. And,
hey Shoujo, you done being crazy?
At least you can train.
Lay down.
These people,
take a nap.
Are just evil. They're worse.
So you can be crazy later.
They're worse than animals. So. Yeah, and healer's different? I guess so. Millions must go. Yeah, it's just a question of where they're going, right? This is why the Second Amendment is important. No, it's not. The problem really is the fact that this has been facilitated by the government. It's been facilitated by the government, and it's been allowed by the government. Because fundamentally, like, if you went and you shot one of these people, like, let's say, theoretically, this is what happened, right? They would just put you in jail for it. You're living in anarcho-tyranny, where the law is enforced circumstantially based around whether the law is reinforcing the ideology of the regime or not. So it's not that there isn't any enforcement of the law. It's not that you live in tyranny. It's that the law is applied based off of who it's being applied to. That's
you bastard. What are you doing? Come on. Are you coming in? You gonna lay down? What are you doing?
Well, what's going to happen?
You do this to me all the time.
This is what the result of that's going to be. And you see already this has 5 million views. This is, and by the way, it should be a lot more.
Buddy, you got to stop doing that to my hand.
And the guns are for the government. I think even Elon posted about this, didn't he? Let's see if he did. Where is
What are
it?
these dogs?
Yeah, here it is. Those who know must go to prison for a long time. See, Elon, you know, he's in a different position that I'm in, right? Very different position. He has more money than I do. I've heard of this, right? He's got a lot more money than I do. His character in PoE is a higher level too. He can't. I think the truth is, like,
I want to go this way.
I bet his perspective on this is the exact same as mine. I do. I bet it's the exact same. He's being PC. Yes, he's being PC about it. And you probably can't go as hard as I can, but eventually you'll have that happen. He has more to lose. He can't go out and say the things that I say. Censorship always comes with a protect the children lie.
Time has come.
You are really stuck now.
Saddam Hussein, shoot him!
Oh my God.
You have spilled the blood of the innocent. Now begins 2 million years of darkness.
Oh, good job, Ms. Bloflowski. Thanks a lot.
I was just trying to make the world a better place for children. Yeah, and you brought enough colors to the world to allow my coming. Now, everyone bow down to me. Yeah, bend over.
Whoa, what have we done? Saddam, I am the Dark Ruler, not you.
Relax, bitch. You better see not hurt.
Oh my God. Yeah, this used to be really good. They can't inform anybody? Yeah, exactly. Oh, here's one.
Is over 200 pages long. This report is over 200 pages long, and it goes into the root causes of probably the most extensive, widespread scandal that has ever beset Britain. It goes to every corner of the country. It's not in silos, it's everywhere.
That's right.
And it involves failure by the British establishment.
And keep in mind that, do you really think this isn't happening in other places in Europe? It's happening all over Europe. Is he in your attic? Listen.
By the British establishment, I mean,
it's a great place to be.
The civil service, local government, social services, the police.
Also, you have to keep in mind that, like, if you are broadcasting in an attic, you are superior to people that are not. And the reason why is because you have to go upstairs. So fat people can't do that on a regular basis. So if you have somebody that's going upstairs on a regular basis, that's going to totally put them literally on another level.
The NHS and the media, who is supposed to be the guardian for the British people of stories like this, but they singularly failed to do that.
That's right.
The report goes into the reasons how it's happened. It goes into the reasons why it's happened, and that is all the reasons. We analyse everything. I'm very grateful to all of the experts who
everybody knows why.
All of the survivors who were brave enough to appear. All of my fellow MPs who came.
Yep.
And most of all to Graham Smith, who is the barrister who has produced.
The only reason the leftists aren't on board is because they can't stand it so much they would look wrong about the views they have. No, it's because they agree with it. I think that the easiest answer is almost always the correct answer. Think about, so this is my outlook on everything. In order to discern what people's intentions are, I think about what is the most selfish, thoughtless, brain-dead, unfair, short-sighted, stupid, and evil thing possible.
Meow? Oh,
That's
there you are.
probably
Okay.
why somebody's doing
That was a
something.
weird meow. I thought you were in trouble.
That's the reason why. They hate genocide unless it's happening to white people? Yes, exactly. They have no problem with this happening. They actually probably think it's good. They're probably going to be making jokes about this. The same as they made jokes about Charlie Kirk. That's it.
Report with help from members of the inquiry panel as well.
You guys are gonna start competing for my affection, and I'm gonna love every minute of it.
Some of the testimonies we heard were beyond believable, and it is an evil which needs to be dealt with now.
If you want some fancy good afternoon greeting, go suck up to Trader Joel. If you want some food or drink, I'll take care.
Pursuing those people
Hey, Jobs.
who have failed us, there will be.
It's important that you hold the media accountable. It is. It's very
look who's
important
tired
that you
of
hold the
eating out of
media
dumpsters
accountable.
and finally ready to do
Because
some work.
the media enabled all of this. The media, in my opinion, are just as guilty as the politicians, if not more guilty.
Private prosecutions. To put things into context, this report, which was funded by 20,000 concerned citizens,
That's a lot of people.
as much as they could afford, it raised £600,000.
Can't say I'm not surprised.
The inquiry alone cost the taxpayer
Good luck,
$186 million. We still have.
What the hell do you want this time?
Help us
I wanna
to
sell that.
private prosecutions, and
I wanna
to
sell that.
Start the process of prosecuting those.
Sell
people
that
who have
and
failed.
that.
That's right.
We're also intent on
Media
naming
Sell
sales.
that,
those
that,
people,
that.
in Parliament, where
I'll
they're
hang
not
on to
in
those.
practice a legal case, so that everybody knows
Meow.
those people who are responsible, who should have dealt with this, but failed to deal with it. So it's been a long, hard, arduous 16 months, and I want to thank everybody. And I hope that every member of the British public has the time to read this. It's not straightforward. It will take time. But
It's a lot.
it needs to be understood, and it needs to be dealt with, and dealt with now. Not
Do you think once more people know about the severe amount of violence that was hidden by the government officials will be killed by vigilantes since they most likely won't face justice? I don't think that will happen yet. I think that people still have a perception of democracy where they think that they can vote to have some degree of accountability. So you're probably not going to have as much vigilante justice yet.
through a statutory inquiry which has been forced by our inquiry. A statutory inquiry which, by the way, has had the terms of reference watered down, and
Oh, nomad
all
headgear.
government failures be kicked down the road.
Of course.
And by the time hands are held up and people admit there's a problem, the people who made the decisions, the bad decisions,
I got enough for you? Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
government, as we've seen
Oop.
with the
Thank you very much, and now you can go fuck yourself.
scandals that have had to be cleaned up.
What? Dude, I just fucking spent major cash in your joint, and that's the way you're gonna talk to me.
Continue to happen.
I'm a
That's
fucking
right.
prick.
So please read it.
You have to do it.
Please understand how this has happened. We can never let it happen again. It is pure, driven, unfettered evil.
Man.
This
Man, like he is the guy, man. Yeah, who publishes this report? Well, Rupert Lowe published it himself. And what is this here? Can I find this? Oh, this is. I'm gonna look at that later on. And where are the rest of these? Oh, I don't even know. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Elon retweeted this as well. And so, like, huge shout out. Like, this is why, as I said, I never criticize Elon. I never do. This guy has been on our side the whole time, and minor disagreements. This is what matters. Him posting this and using his platform to push this means more than any fucking video game, man. And that's the way I see it. What if most Europeans have been brainwashed? I'm a foreigner in Europe. It doesn't matter if most Europeans have been brainwashed. Do you know how many people it took to do the American Revolution? It was like a small percentage. So it doesn't matter whether you have the majority on your side or not. What matters is that do you have the capacity to enforce your will? That is the only thing that matters. Everything is downstream from that. And so if you can do that, then you can do anything you want. Yeah, it will. It's everything exactly. Well, games, yeah, you don't need to go 1-for-1 with everything, right? Absolutely not. And it'll be a Mossad organized. Yeah, 2% of the country's population to take down the government. Well, I don't know if that's going to happen, right?
What are
I
you
mean,
doing?
I think it really depends.
What are you doing?
I don't think it'll come down
You
to
can't.
that. I hope it won't, right? But if it does, you're going to get somebody that's very interesting. I'll tell you that. And anyway, this is the worst thing I've ever read. I don't know how it can be done, but the reality is that most people won't read the full report. It needs to be made into a documentary and played in every home and every classroom. Well, how long is this? Let me see how long it is myself. I have no idea. How many pages is it? It is 214 pages. Okay, so there it is, and this is all of the stuff. Oh my God, that's a lot. Yeah, I mean, maybe if I did like I would have to dedicate probably 3 or 4 hours to reading all of this, right, and going through all of it. But yeah, imagine if Elon bought Reddit. I mean, that would be insane. Do you think Europeans returning home to the UK, the World Cup, experiencing American culture shock will accelerate things? No, I don't really think so. I think it's just it's a sporting event, right? That's really about it, and it's nothing really too crazy besides that. He copy paste it and have text read it all. Well, I'd read it myself, right? Please read it. It means so much to us in the UK. Yeah, if people really want me to, you know, you guys can make a post and like I could dedicate a pretty good amount of time to reading all of this because I do think that it's extremely bad. And also, by the way, this is what I'm assuming. I'm assuming that this is the tip of the iceberg because you have to keep in mind that all of the really strong data is probably held by the government. So they don't have access to this. So the only data and information they have is the things that are publicly available. So basically, if you think that it's only 250,000 people, it's probably way more than that. I'd assume that it's probably millions, especially across all of Europe. And Grim Rooney, a huge purposeful failure of the state sacrificing 250 young girls in the state of on the altar of multiculturalism. And there you go. No, I'm glad to see that. I've only started reading the first victim testimony in this report by a woman named Chloe. I've called multiple times because I couldn't read through the tears. Yeah, I mean, again, like I'll read it. It's not a big deal to me, right? Just open the report. I think I'm going to throw up. Already Muslims were most people on the earth, but reading the testimony of these poor girls were something else, man. So many of these people need to be executed, man. Oh boy. Oh boy. More and more people are seeing my perspective. They are. I'm so happy. How many girls and victims didn't make it? I'd say probably about half, if I had to guess, because they probably killed a lot of them. That's what I'd do if I were them. I'd kill most of them. 250K is the low estimate, says the report. Yeah, I think so. Why did UK ban all social media except Blue Sky? Because Blue Sky is probably the only place where this isn't going to be getting published. That's the reason why. So I don't want to hear about any more crying about the Epstein files while they let this go on. This is the reason why I never let them derail things with Trump or the Epstein files. It's because they completely allowed all of this bad behavior to happen. They don't really care about kids getting raped. They don't care about any sort of like bad behavior or, you know, violence against women or anything else because they allow this to happen. The only reason why they're talking about the Epstein files is because they can use it politically. If they really cared about the Epstein files, they'd be going after all of the other Epsteins that are still in the country, but they're not. It's because they don't care about it. They're trying to, it's the same as like, you know, the Palestine people. Oh, it's a genocide, which justifies everything that Hamas does. It's so they can have the moral upper hand in the conversation and then use that moral upper hand to take advantage of you. So that's really what the difference is. They're not focused on the Muslim part, just like every other religion has the right to exist. I think that it's important to recognize that the majority of these people came from a foreign religion, and they were doing it for a religious reason. That doesn't mean that every Muslim is accountable for it, but it does mean that there's obviously a big correlation, and there obviously is a trend here. There's, of course, a trend. If you, like, why would you not want to identify trends and commonalities? Like, obviously, that's what's going to happen. Like, people have a right to whatever religion they want, but the moment that you use your religion to do something bad, then obviously the religion should be taken into consideration, especially if the religion is what you're using as a justification to do the bad action. Does every Nazi be held accountable for the Holocaust? Well, yeah, I think that's kind of what happened, right? Yeah, absolutely. And also, like, I mean, Yeah, that's why they had the Nuremberg trials and everything. Yeah, 100%. Read it, absorb it, and be very angry. Shit like this is why I'm unapologetically pro capital punishment. Public hangings win. I like the sound of that. 250K victims. Yeah, people aren't angry enough. At what point does society have to fall before there's a civil war? Because it seems like it's past that point. Wow, death penalty for anybody who is still here. If this doesn't cause serious national outrage, I'm not sure what will. What you have to understand is that they'll call you misogynistic if you're greatest friend of women. Oh, well, I mean, again, I've always been the biggest advocate for women, but the problem is that women's idea of being an advocate for women is when you're supporting bad and toxic behavior that's done by women. Like, whenever they're asking for feminism is whenever they're trying to look for an excuse for something stupid they're doing. So that's the real reason why. You say every Muslim's not responsible. Why haven't any of the good ones called it out? They keep silent or double down. Well, I think that you're right about that. And I think that this is, like, I do think that Muslims in Western countries have a huge PR problem. And the PR problem is very simple. It's that you have bad actors, whether it's these rape gangs, whether it's the terrorists that threw that bomb inside of New York. And these bad actors do not get enough open and complete condemnation from the rest of the Muslims in the countries. So whenever you have a cultural protection apparatus for these people, then you have a huge problem. When you act like a clan, when you act like a group, you get treated like a clan, you get treated like a group. So what happens is that when this is being looked at, instead of, and the funny thing, as I said before, is that in these Muslim countries where these people came from, they'd be dead if they did this. They'd be dead. So if you're not able to control the extremists inside of your group, your identity group, you will be defined by them. And if you're not willing to openly come out and say, no, I don't support this, this is very bad, people will assume that you support it. That's really it. And yeah, that's not true. I think it's very true. I think it's extremely true. Yeah, how many of those girls got pregnant do you think were used to pickpocket subways in crowded areas? That's funny. Yeah, I wonder, right? It definitely could be like that. And so actually, Troy, can you agree more? Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't want to, like, again, like, it's not about, like, everybody being wrong or everybody being right or, like, there's no connection or there's always a connection. I think you have to be reasonable in the way that you talk about this, but at the same time, here's the problem, is that if you don't allow reasonable discussion, you make unreasonable discussion inevitable. You do. Like, that's basically, if you don't let people talk about this and identify that there's a problem and see that there are certain racial groups causing these problems or ethnic groups or religious groups causing these problems, if people can't talk about that in a reasonable way, they will then talk about it in an unreasonable way. And so the acceleration and the extremism now, I think, is a direct result from that. Because now you have people that are so fed up with this that they have nothing else that they can even do. So that's it. And that makes no sense. Moderate Muslims don't have to talk for extremists the same way Jews don't have to speak for Zionists and Protestants don't have to talk for Catholic priests. Yeah, they absolutely do. Yeah, 100% they do.
Well,
what are you talking about?
First of all, why would Protestants answer for Catholic priests?
So,
They're two different religions.
Israel does something bad, yeah, people are asking. And also, like, by the way, Israel is a
It's like Catholics need to answer for the Jews. Dude, it doesn't make sense.
An ideology is different than a geographic area.
What you're saying is completely stupid.
Condemn it at least, yeah. If you can't unequivocally condemn this or something like September 11th or whatever, like, in my opinion, anybody who can't unequivocally condemn September 11th should be instantly deported from the country. Denaturalized, deported, you could take all of their stuff and send them back. Like, it's crazy that we put up with so much bullshit here. And I think in the UK, they have their own versions of that as well. And really, like, we've allowed so many bad actors in the country. And I don't know why we do this. I really don't. Like, I mean, I don't think any of the founding fathers would want this. Like, really, it's not even... it's not like this is according to, like, what the vision for the country is. It's just we've allowed ourselves to let people who hate us dictate our values to us. And big surprise, when you let people who hate you dictate your values to you, your values become their advantages. And so that's really what it is. 9/11 was an inside job? No, it was done by a bunch of Islamic terrorists. That's the reason why it was happening. That's the reason. That's why, like, what about all the other terror attacks? What is the commonality between all of them? Like, I'm not interested in hearing about how it was Israel that did this. Okay, Israel has done every terror attack. Get the fuck out of here. Like, what are we talking about? Again, you're the reason why you're buying into that. You think that you're being smart by understanding like an extra level of complexity, but the actual truth is that yeah, maybe some of these people might have had like prior knowledge that it was going to happen. Sure, but I think they let it happen at worst. Iran is the commodity. They are. Bombing outside the Israeli embassy in the UK was Mossad, though. I don't even remember which one you're talking about, but I mean, maybe it was. Why did this not seem to happen in the U.S.? And repeatedly, what steps can we take to ensure this never happens in the U.S.? Why do you think it's not happening in the U.S.? That's what I think is really funny, is that I think it is happening in the U.S. I think it's overwhelmingly happening in the U.S. So let me go back. I'll read some more of these posts. This actually happens and it still happens. Actually happened and it still happens. Oh, boy. And 250,000 white British girls were raped by Pakistani men should be the #1 story in the world. It's a historical travesty. Sick. Also, right now, I think that you should think about this. Any news publication that's not talking about this topic, you should view as an enemy. They are an enemy. This is a crazy, insane story. And if they're not talking about it, there's a reason why. Give me 1 second. I got to use the bathroom. And, yeah, that's it. And I don't think they will either. All right. I'm back. Give me a second. Look at the rest of these. Wash your hand. I just shut the fuck up. How about that? It's catastrophic. It is. And I think, again, you really need to be paying attention now to the people that are unwilling to talk about this. I think that is a very big deal. Super gay shirt, thank you, thank you. The report won't change anything. I have very little faith in the people of the West. That's why I said
I got one of them microphones. I should set it up.
Into their communities. You do. Until they're the ones that are being raped and trafficked and killed, then they're not going to listen. And even then, they might not listen. But if they don't listen then, they'd be dead. So problem's going to solve itself either way. That's my outlook on it. I know it might sound extreme or insane. That's because it is. But it would work. I don't care about them. Fuck them. That's the way I see it. So right, honestly, I know. Aren't the rapes still happening? It's not in the UK, but Pakistan. But at least they kill them over there, right? That's the difference. So let me go back. I'll look at a few more of the posts about
wow,
this
I can lose this microphone a lot.
And having attended the inquiry hearing, spoken with so many survivors in our report, I've never been more convinced the very worst rape gang offenders should not be... I've never been more convinced that the very worst rape gang offenders should not be deported. A restored Britain government, with the British people's approval, will put them to death. I said this, but like this actually, like I love this game so much.
What is a movie from your career that would make the best video game?
It's definitely got to be Nacho.
They already did that.
I'm Bowser, baby.
There are sections of this game where you are...
What the fuck?
Dude, I am so fucking sick of Jack Black. Dude, the guy was kind of funny. You don't have to jam him into everything, and he needs to stop screaming. Just because you say it loudly, just because you scream it at the top of your lungs, doesn't make it funny. Ooh.
It's time to check Adam's voicemail.
Hey Adam, Craig in Signal Hill. I wanted to let you know I couldn't agree more with your comments about the backup beepers on trucks. My thought is that you can't get out of the way of a truck or an earth mover that's backing up. Maybe it's Darwinian. I also had a question about your logo, the Adam Carolla Show. Why is there a period at the end of it? It's not a sentence, it's a title. You don't have a period at the end of your title with Dr. Drew. Anyway, get it on.
You can leave us a message at 888-634-1744.
Yeah, he's got a point. And I didn't make it, so, and I don't have an education, so
It's style. It was
any way
just
they
a
make it
stylistic choice.
thing. People got to do that.
That's all it was. It looked better.
Yeah, like in horror movies when they take one of the letters and turn it backwards.
Right. Yeah. There
Makes it super scary.
Right. Unless it's an X.
Unless it's an X, they take. Well, that they turn on its side.
Right there.
But I don't know why. I don't know why. For a while, there's a time when you made your horror movie, and then you took one of the letters and you faced them the wrong direction.
Well, like the movie Seven. So the V was a 7.
Right.
And it's a
That makes it super scary.
Yeah.
You know you're in for thrills.
That was it. So we wanted to make the show
the letter
very
backwards.
scary.
Want to make it scary.
So we added a period.
All right. I got a couple things to get into before we get into the news.
Talk to me.
I went down this morning and filmed what was the existing foundation of one of these homes that was built in the sand from the 50s that had burnt down. And they're starting work on the lot. So there's one lot that started, which I covered, and that was the one with all the caissons and the 3,000 yards of cement and everything like that. But I noticed on this one, they had to pull the piles, the cement, I should say, telephone poles that they piled into the ground that the old house was built on. But basically, you can play it. Basically, the house built in the 50s was only built on telephone poles, as I've said many times, that were just smashed into the ground. And that was it. And then the entire foundation was a pile of 10-foot long telephone poles. And there were like 8 of them.
10 foot, that's it.
11, that's about it. And that lasted
how long?
For 70 years.
Wow.
And by the way, it lasted for 70 years. It lasted for 70 years, and then a fire burnt down the house. It would have lasted another 100 years.
Right.
The pier up the street from 1905.
Right.
And it's all on telephone poles.
And then
which works. No, I was mentioning. That. Piers are always built this way. There is a cement pier that's falling apart, by the way. So now that they pulled the old foundation out, which was telephone poles pounded into the ground, the new one's going to be 3,000 yards of concrete with rigs and caissons and drills and stuff going down 5 stories into the ground. So somebody tweeted me that there's a Pacific pier, and basically it was cement, and it was falling apart because it was cracking and everything, versus the old wood ones, which seemed to do better. But I just found it, and then of course Venice, Italy, was all on wood. They're on tile. The whole thing is just 2,000 years old, going down in the ground.
Well, right now I'm just doing a few quests and gathering brass, though I have enough I'm gonna make plenty of ammunition, but that's it. I'm waiting for, this day's almost over and tomorrow's the blood moon, so I got a little more than 24 hours before the blood moon starts.
Hey, what's the Eiffel Tower doing?
So that's pretty much what I'm doing, and
all the fucking regulation and all the permitting.
After this quest, I handed this quest, I'm probably going to go back to the base and clear out area around the base that I can fight in. I have the feeling I'm going to like this blood moon just because it's going to be easier to see the incoming.
Is a pile of telephone poles dipped in creosote. That there's 1 foot around that they just whacked in the ground.
You want to really piss off the Coastal Commission? Start a bonfire with those. On the beach.
I went.
Oh, holy shit! A lot of motherfuckers down there. Oh, goddamn gun isn't even fucking loaded.
Right now, right. I dug around a little, and then we just pulled out. I go, how far down were they? 8 feet. I go, all right, because believe me,
they got to have some of it sticking out of the ground to put the actual foundation to.
Yeah, well, some of it burned, but not all burned to the ground. Most of the things were sticking out about 3 or 4 feet. Yeah. But the caissons are going 5 stories, and there's going to be 40 of them. Okay, buddy. Unnecessary! And that's why it costs so much. All right, what do you got?
Governor Gavin Newsom has accused President Trump on Monday of directing the U.S. Department of Justice to investigate him, his wife, and other family members as an act of political retaliation as he considers a run for president in 2028. A source familiar with the matter told The Post that the Newsom administration is facing multiple investigations touching on accusations of public corruption that stretch back at least a year into himself, his wife, Jennifer Siebel Newsom, as well as former staff. Let's see what Newsom had to say about this really quick, and we'll continue.
In recent days, federal agents have knocked on the doors of family, friends, and former employees. Not because they found a crime, because they're simply trying to find one. They're demanding records. They're abusing the grand jury process, digging through years and years of random documents. Donald Trump isn't just coming after me because of my mean tweets. He's coming after me because I'm considering running for president. Because he hates that I've consistently called him out over and over again for his lies and deceit. Donald Trump is simply the most corrupt president in American history. He's turned the levers of government into his own personal power ministries to reward cronies and to try to jail his opponents.
All right, so here's the deal. I tell people all the time. First off, you started all the lawfare on to Trump. Number 2, Trump never went to prison. Why? Because your case was super weak because you used lawfare to try to lock up a guy who didn't really do anything wrong. I mean, the whole real estate evaluation, Mar-a-Lago, $18 million bucks. I don't even know what the fuck. And no banks said he defaulted.
Even classified documents when you're the president of the United States.
All right. So you used lawfare to go after Trump, but Trump never went to prison because you did not have a case.
Right.
And we have a system. And even if the system's a little lopsided, you still can't show up with nothing. And you guys showed up with nothing. So here's the good news. If you did nothing, then do not worry. You will not go to prison, just like Trump didn't go to prison, because when you did it to him, you had nothing.
Right. Well, the U.S. Attorney's Office is interviewing whistleblowers who are, specific allegations brought forward by whistleblowers, as well as former Chief of Staff Dana Williamson, and potentially some of the current staff. What they're saying Newsom is trying to do right now is poison the well and delegitimize the entire process.
Which they do with all things Trump. But here's the thing. His former chief of staff, who's in trouble, is going to roll over on him. And when he rolls
so far,
over
she hasn't,
on him,
which is interesting.
Well, when she does, then he's going to be screwed. And again, a lot of this is just standard operating procedure. Your wife makes documentary films, and the nation of Squanto wants this land cleared for a casino. Well, it'd be nice if they made a donation toward her foundation to get her fucking bullshit docs made that no one gives a fuck about transgender youth.
Right.
So some of it's standard stuff, but I'm sure they'll find something with Newsom. But then also, if you didn't do anything, then don't worry about it.
Well, that's one of the things that's said in this article is usually when someone is under investigation by the U.S. attorneys, Everything is just quiet. Nobody says anything, and if they don't find anything, charges are just quiet or just never placed, and everything's over. So it's strange for Newsom to do this, especially if he's totally innocent.
Yeah, he's going to politicize it, and there's got enough dumbos in California and beyond who just think Trump is weaponizing the DOJ. Listen, when people go, it's funny, people go, oh, all this is payback for blah, blah, blah. All this is revenge for whatever. All right, I've seen enough Westerns. Let me explain how revenge works. I'm a peaceful rancher, and then you come in and you burn my cabin down, and you rape my wife, and you kill my eldest son, and then I get revenge. You see how that works?
Right.
Right. So you come at Trump with 5 different bullshit lawsuits and try to lock him up forever, and it doesn't work, and then he becomes president. And then he starts looking into your shit.
Right.
Would you think it would go any other way? I wouldn't.
And Newsom said, if they can't intimidate me, they'll go after the mother of our children, who allegedly funneled millions of dollars into the special interest group that she's a part of. He says, Donald Trump picked the wrong target. We have nothing to hide. Okay, then why haven't we turned over the California voter rolls? What happened to $34 billion for homeless? Right. What happened to $100 million for the California wildfire relief?
Yeah.
What happened to all of that stuff, and why are you not cooperating if you have nothing to hide?
Yeah, and listen, Trump hates lots of people. I'm sure he hates Chelsea Handler, but I'm sure he hates Robert De Niro, but he's not launched an investigation on Robert De Niro because there's nothing to do. And then that's going to look like lawfare, and nothing's going to come out the other end.
Right.
I mean, here's the thing, everybody. You have to vet this, and you can't, okay. No matter what I say about Gavin Newsom's not going to try to jail me because I haven't done anything. So you have to have a little something, because your attorney general's just going to go, there's nothing here. He's going to look bad. It's not going to work.
Rob Bonta.
Well, that's Rob Bonta, Mike. Yeah. But here, maybe I shouldn't have used me. But here's what I'm saying. It cannot be a total and utter waste of time. And there can't be zero there. That's what I'm saying. You guys just went through it with Trump. All right, what else you got?
Let's see here. The Japanese fans who are coming to the World Cup are sticking around and bringing their can-do Japanese attitude.
Yeah.
And they're cleaning up the bleachers after their team plays on World Cup games. There's a lot of videos of this.
Certain cultures are better than others, everybody. Yes, they are. Yeah. All right, so let me say this. I had this Karen Bass clip where she's talking about diversity.
Right.
L.A. is especially trashy. The town is especially
God damn, the chickens are fast.
And it's not...
Barely had my gun out, that thing was fucking gone.
There's many cultures that came here that are trashy cultures.
Was that me making that noise?
Not trashy cultures. A trashy culture. I told everyone a million times when I was in South Philly visiting my dad's house, the old junker he lived in South Philly. I felt bad for my dad. I was like, ugh. Mattresses out on the street, garbage everywhere. Literally across the street. I was like, everything.
Oh, how's great.
And I
Here
noticed
you
everything.
go.
I just stopped.
Don't spend it all in one place.
Why is it on this side? It's like once in a while you see footage of it raining on one side of the street and sunny on the other. That's what it was like. It's like, what happened? Then I did what I always do. I was like, this must be some councilman, someone's district or something. This may change into the city or the state or blah, 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 blah.
Money talks, bullshit walks.
Somebody who was probably sweeping out front of like a shop on the sidewalk. And I
You
went,
gotta be the dumbest son of a
why is it
bitch
so
I've ever
clean?
seen.
Right
Can't you
here,
see
across
we're
one street,
overstocked
one
on
boulevard,
those?
Totally clean. And it's a junk pile of shit on the other side. And he goes, that's the Asian part of it.
Yeah.
I went, okay.
I think that'd be
Now
good
I'm good.
enough.
Right, because they're clean people. Here's
For a
Karen Bass.
mini bike.
talking about the old Los Angeles.
At least until I can find a
versus
better
the new
one.
Los Angeles, but and why she needs to be mayor, even though she was mayor.
All right, now that we're done doing
LA
business,
that I grew up
get
in
out of my store.
was a lot cleaner. There were not people sleeping on our streets. The city was actually affordable. You could rent an apartment, work part-time, and go to school. So it was a lot different. And I am so hopeful, though, because our city has grown to be such an international city, and I love that. Everybody in the world lives here.
I should probably look into making explosive arrows and explosive bolts, because I think that would be a good weapon to use in this downtown
I'll tell you what's not diverse, Japan.
downtown area.
Japanese who clean. That's true. Shit.
Oh my God, why are you, what is wrong? What is wrong? Are you hungry? Are you thirsty? Why are you moving so goddamn slow?
That's the Japanese way. One of their fans, it's a joke. I missed it.
But they do kill themselves too, because somebody missed a hot dog wrapper and they threw them off the top of the stadium to set him. So the least diverse place on the planet is Japan. It's the cleanest place on the earth. And then the most diverse is downtown LA, and it's a shit box. So maybe the diversity isn't our strength.
Maybe not.
But she just gave it all away. She said it used to be super clean, safe, and nice.
And then I became mayor.
And then it got diverse. Now she's happy about how diverse it is, except for it's shitty.
Because it's our strength, though.
That's our strength.
Strength is in the shit.
So if I took a whole bunch of third world people and dumped them in Japan, I bet they'd be more diverse, and I bet there'd be garbage everywhere.
Right. It would probably turn into most major cities across Western Europe.
Yes. Here's what you know. If there's cultures that do things you like, and you point them out, then that's better. And if it's a thing you like, and what that culture does, and that also means there's shit that certain cultures do that you don't like.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, female circumcision. We don't like that? We do? I mean, all right, we can beheading, honor killing,
off the rooftops,
marrying 8-year-olds and things like that.
Women.
Right.
Covering their face.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so not good. And Mexico is a trashy country, and that's why when you bring a lot of Mexicans into LA, it gets trashy. But I don't know why it would go any other way. But anyway, she's happy about the diversity, but is not making a correlation between the diversity and the cleanliness and the safety and all the other things she misses from back in the day. All right, next story.
That in Japan is better than everyone news. Up next, mail-in voting. In blue states, Donald Trump has an idea that could make mail-in voting different. State election officials could soon face a stark choice. Hand over the voter lists to the Trump administration so we can clean them up, or risk losing Postal Service delivery for those ballots. Now, we really need the Save America Act. We need voting to be simple, and you need a fucking ID. Excuse my language. But it appears that there's not an appetite amongst some Republicans in the Senate. So Donald Trump thinks he can do this. And let's see. Per CNN, Maine Secretary of State Shenna Bellows, Democrat who stands behind the coalition that filed a legal challenge, says that if courts rule for the Trump administration, you're going to see a virtual elimination of mail-in voting unless states supply voter lists to the federal government. That same site, and that's their complaint. That's the complaint that they're bringing.
Mail-in voting complaint is the same thing as voter ID. But what do you really talk about? You know, what about the troops? All right, if you're broad,
Well, the downtown area,
right. What's next?
Well, see, the thing is, especially in California,
pretty difficult on its own.
Yes.
There's the DOT, so my base is over here somewhere. Oh, on the other side of this parking lot.
Right. And so for the first time in history, they're mailing out, I don't know how many people we have in California.
There are millions, and they allow ballot harvesting.
30, 40 million ballots.
They allow everything that would corrupt an election. Everything. And then fight anything that would disrupt that.
Right.
And then say they're for free and fair elections. And by the way, this whole
destroying democracy.
The whole COVID thing with the fucking ballots. Every Trader Joe's was packed the day everyone mailed in their ballot.
Right.
So what are you talking about?
Right.
They got so much mileage out of COVID.
We knew back then that when they were doing this mail-in ballot thing, that they were not going to go back. They will always change the rules in their favor.
Right.
When they take your rights away, they will seldom give them back.
Yes.
And that's what they did with the COVID thing and the mail-in voting. And it's.
I want everyone to know that I hit a milestone in driving through left turn arrows today.
Ooh. What do you got?
I was in La Cañada on a street. It was Angeles Crest Highway, comes down and tees into Foothill. And there's a double left turn, but there's also an arrow. And I drive through it every single time. And I was in front, and I was in the left. And the light was green, and the arrow was red. And I was good to go. And I saw in front of me there were no cars coming. And I looked over to the left.
Cool.
And in the front, the light was gone.
Yeah. And you did it.
And I was like, man, I gotta do it in front of this guy.
Yeah, you have to.
But I'll tell you my move. You ready for my move? I looked at the guy. Turning left doesn't look illegal when there's no cars coming. But he also, this is his beat.
Yeah.
So he knows there's an arrow probably, but it's not going to catch his eye. But I did a move to protect myself. I took the sun visor and pulled it down. I pulled the sun visor down so that when you bring the sun visor down,
it blocks the street light.
You block the arrow.
Yeah.
And you see the light.
Okay.
The light's green, but it blocks the arrow. And then I turned left in front of him. There was a bad thing that I didn't realize is there was a guy to my right because there's a double laner and he didn't go.
Right.
So I turned and I turned right in front of the cop. And if he pulled me over, I was going to say I had the visor down and I just pulled up and all I could see was a green light.
Right.
Which would have been pretty plausible until he, he may have asked some questions, but that was pretty plausible.
I had nearly the exact same experience. I needed to take this left against the light because it's a mandate. And there was a cop.
The mandate? Really?
There was a cop. I just didn't think he was looking at, but there were no other cars in front of me. But what I did was I kind of pretended that I'm getting out of the turn lane and I'm going to go straight against the light. But then I changed my mind and, oh shit, I gotta take a left. So I made that effort to make it look like
plausible deniability.
Yeah, I was like, you know what? I thought I was going straight, but then I'm in the middle of the intersection. I can't stay here. I gotta get out of it. So I took the left.
I think my visor plan is pretty good because I literally just leaned back in the seat and moved the visor down, and I did realize you cannot see the arrow, but you can see the green light.
But the chance of a police officer pulling you over for that crime is only, the percentage is only high when they're behind you and they can see the light. It's less than 1%.
I agree. The problem is I had a dude next to me who didn't do it. Right. that I didn't count on. But I will tell everybody who's worried about this, all I can tell you is I'm on year 25.
Yeah. And no tickets.
Every day. Yeah. And extended it to red lights as well. Keep going. Sorry. You got another story?
Yeah, nearly half of Americans say that they don't consider themselves a part of either major party at the highest level of partisan independence. Measured by a CNN poll in more than a decade, independents have grown to 47% of the population.
Yeah, you gotta look out for them. Although I will say this, when The Rock basically doesn't declare a major, says he's not political,
You know,
or
he's a
whatever like that.
Republican.
Yeah, he's a Republican. And here's what I want to say. Look, when people do that thing, it's always like when people go, and it always drives me nuts. They go, yeah, no, CNN, they got their agenda, but hey, you know, Fox got an agenda too. Fox, you know, they're both doing their thing. I go, okay, let's check their batting average on COVID. Because CNN fucking lied about everything and was wrong about everything. And Fox was right about everything. And CNN was wrong about it. Should we go with Hunter Biden? Should we go with Joe Biden being senile? Let's pick a subject. And we'll figure out something different. And they both have an agenda. One side is wrong all the time and lying. And the other side has a much higher batting average. People do that, you know, Republicans, Democrats are all bad. The Democrats are bad shit crazy. People said this during Bill Clinton's time. But I don't like this whataboutism. Look, they're both pushing hard for transgender kids. Right. And once the overregulation life, and once Elon Musk dead, and that basically lower taxes, and they want to own guns, and they want the government to on the streets. Yes. Fuck you with all this shit. And I don't want trans story hour. It's a local one side is not clinically insane. Right. They have their foibles. You may disagree with Iran or certain policies or foreign policy, but they're not bad shit at the same time. The right ruined Los Angeles and California. The right didn't ruin Seattle. It didn't ruin Chicago. The right didn't ruin anything. The left ruined it. It's so magnanimous. I'm against all politicians. No, defund the police is a shit idea that gets people killed. Fund the police is a good idea that saves more lives. And defund, abolish ICE is a batshit crazy idea too, and rounding up criminal felons is a good idea. So fuck off.
So do you think most people who are, would you say that more people who register as independents are more of them Republican leaning or more of them Democrat?
It's a Republican. I think if you took the basic independent and I gave a question with the talking points, like I took all these independents and I went, do you think the border should be open or the border should be closed? They'd be closed. You want higher taxes, you want lower taxes? They go, lower taxes. Would you like teachers unions and blah, blah, blah? They go, there'd be some voting stuff in there. I think 8 out of 10 things would be Republican. Women, trans men, in sport, competing against women, locker rooms used by all the students who claim to be trans. You could go down the line and they would be Democratic bullshit. So I think basically it's Republican.
Well, according to the CNN, they are saying that the Democrats narrowly the Republican thinkers, and I just don't think you can do that. One thing, in California, I've been a registered independent for the last 10, 15 years. Did you know that that's actually an effing political party in California? I didn't register for a political party. They just call, now I'm a member of the Independent Party, and that makes no sense.
Well, it's like, I got a meeting after this for the Atheists Association. No, the whole plan is nothing, not a meeting. So, everything turns into something, even nothing turns into something. All right, Dawson, you've done the yeoman's job, thanks for usual. This Saturday, Santa Ana, Jordan Family Classic Cars. I'm going to be there. Drew's going to be there, and we'll do that K-Rock doc screen. We'll break it up, Q&A. And then Carson City, Nevada, at the Nugget, 2 shows. Andrew's going to be there. Very solid stand-up comedian. I'll be there as well. You go to amcroll.com for all the live shows. Dawson, you got anything to plug?
Yeah, July 25th, I'm at the Aliante Casino and Resort in Las Vegas with Dawn Jameson, Jim Florentine, and Rich Vos. Votes or Voss? Rich Voss.
Good for you. So, till next time, Adam Crawford, Dawson, and Ben Gleeb saying, mahalo. I guess we could roll into a little news now with Adam Yanzer.
Cool. Yeah, we got some local LA news here. An inventor created an ingeniously simple device to end LA's copper wire theft problem, and the city immediately shot it down. Los Angeles has rejected an entrepreneur's cheap and simple fix to stop the city's crippling copper wire theft crisis. End Metal Theft spokesman Mark James revealed to the California Post it had created a hardened cover that secures streetlights and would stop neighborhoods being plunged into darkness. The device fastens over the lid to the wires and makes it harder, louder,
I'm
and
at
far
48
riskier for
right
criminals
now.
to gain access. They would cost about $300
But
to
I've only
install.
been streaming
Instead,
for
City
an
Hall
hour and
shut it
11
down
minutes.
and wants to
So
focus on
that
converting
is,
to solar
this is
lamps
actually pretty
that will
good.
cost up to $6,000 each.
Well, pretty good for me.
Look, here's the problem. I'm gonna tell you guys the problem. There is a mechanical brain, and then there's an emotional brain. And like I have a mechanical brain, and so everything I think about passes through a sort of mechanical world, which is a world of attempted efficiency, where you want everything to kind of be as, I want to burn the least amount of calories as possible to get the same results. And I don't think people really fully know that. They think about a mechanical world as just one of building.
Yeah,
and
it'll
creating, but
it'll
it's
keep
really
going up.
about, engineering is sort of about what is the least amount we can do but still be safe. It's not the most. The most, like I will see amateurs, and amateurs build stuff, and they'll build shelves, and they'll have 2x4s screwed to the wall and 4x4 posts, and it's like in their closet. And I'll go, this is way over fucking built, because this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, because it's too much. And so in LA, we have a bunch of dumb chicks in positions of power, and they don't have a building brain, a mechanical brain. They have an emotional brain. And so you're asking somebody, the same person who's angry at Toyota for making catalytic converters so easy to steal,
putting it right there.
that retarded brain is now going to be focused on streetlights, and it's not going to happen. So you're not going to get that out of them. And just because it's cheaper and faster doesn't mean it's going to work. And also, they don't have any real problem-solving skills. And I talked to a guy, there used to be, this one, and there still is, a lot of problem with illegal dumping. They dump construction materials everywhere.
Shit, I left the door open too, didn't I?
Off of Mulholland, you know, street behind me. So any place that's quiet, they'll come on a Sunday night and just unload their pickup truck full of busted up drywall and stucco. And I was at a...
Where you at, fat boy?
The place is full of garbage everywhere. Because people are dumping stuff everywhere. And he goes, yeah, I know, it's a mess. I wish we could fix it. You know, I go, well, yeah, I can fix it. I can tell you how to fix it. And he goes, well, how are you going to fix it? People just showing up at Sunday night, you know, just unloading their truck. Takes them 3 minutes, and they drive home, and there's nothing. I said, the dump's $200.
Yeah.
It costs $200 for those guys to do it. You want them to do the right thing, which is drive to the dump. That's $200. These guys, who's dumping this stuff? He goes, well, I don't know. I go, poor Mexicans. This is all construction material. These are guys who come in and demo out the bedroom and the bathroom, throw it in the back of the truck, and because they don't want to take $200 out of their pocket, they just dump it in the street behind me.
Yeah.
So that's who's dumping this stuff. All right, well, what are we supposed to do? I go, listen. Go to the Home Depot, hand out certificates like in Spanish, like little flyers. Say, you can go to the dump for free with this, and you get a 6-pack of Tecate.
Yeah.
And that'll solve the fucking problem. The guy goes, it's a good idea. That would probably work. I go, yeah, it would work. They would do it. You're charging them too much. You're not going to do it. Anyway, I'm at this bar. About an hour later, the guy circles back. Swear to God, I'm at Mark Garrigus' house. The guy circles back and he goes, "What's that idea again about this dumping?" I go,
Did he have a notepad?
You know, it's like, okay, they can't do anything. They can't do anything. I
Yeah.
could fix it. They can't.
Man.
And they don't really want to,
No.
I guess.
Well, and do you think with these covers for the copper wire on the lights, and they're opting for these solar lights, do you think part of it is their obsession with this environmental stuff, where it's like no matter what the cost, even though this is a simple, cost-effective, easy solution, we have to do this environmental thing where it's millions of dollars, but we have solar lights?
We have an obsession in California, but LA is kind of a microcosm of California, and they love it. And you can find 2,000 hours of bad politicians saying, we lead the country in. We're on the vanguard. We push the thing. And as LA goes and California goes, so goes the nation, and so goes the world. They think they're on the vanguard of everything. That's why they come up with all their retarded ideas that end up fucking dry anally raping them from behind, but they think they're on. We're the first to give out. We give drugs. We have drug vending machines. We put them in the parks. We're the first to do that. It's a shit show, but they look at it as we are the first, and that's how they do it. So we'll be the first to have street lamps that are 60 grand to retrofit that end up getting ripped off.
And then they won't work, but they can brag. We were the first to have solar lighting in the country.
They love
We were
all
the
that
ones
talk.
did that.
And the kind of talk they fucking hate is like repair the aqueducts, fill the potholes, work back, start getting your curriculum together at schools. Oh no, we have an LGBT community. We're the first in the nation to force ninth graders to suck cock. We're the first. We're the first. And we have the trans community. We're the first to legalize the trans community, reading Cat in the Hat to special needs 3-year-olds. We're the first. You understand? Yeah, you're the first because your ideas are horrible and no one would do this shit in the past. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're going to outlaw the internal combustion engine. We'll be the first to have an all-electric fleet all the time. And we're going to do community policing. We're going to be the first nation. We're the first city and the first state to have community ambassadors. Not armed policemen. We'll have ambassadors riding the subway. We're the first.
Yeah.
Right.
And they just have drag queens teaching little kids under the solar lighting.
That's right.
Well,
We'll be the first.
Keep things being dumped in the back.
We will be the first.
Have you had the copper wire theft problem in your neighborhood?
No.
I had it in my neighborhood. It wasn't the street lights, but they ripped up cable for like the Wi-Fi and internet service. So I had no AT&T internet service for weeks at a time, and it turned into months. Eventually, I canceled it because when I would call AT&T customer service and get the Indian person who transfers me around, they would say, "Oh, we know where it is. We know what we have to dig up, but we have to get the LA zoning board to approve us digging." And then you have the bureaucracy of LA government communicating with them.
That's on you, my friend.
Exactly.
That's just on you.
Yeah.
You should move.
And neither of them want to fix it.
Yeah, I heard that. There was a whole thing in the news about that story. Well, look. Okay, here's the real question. The question isn't about retrofitting. The question is, why do we live amongst animals who are doing this to our city? That would be a question to ask. All right, sorry.
Yeah, speaking of the living conditions here, the next story is there's a North Hollywood tiny home village on Chandler Boulevard for the homeless. It costs roughly $5.4 million to build and only has a 30% success rate at getting homeless into more permanent housing. Despite failing 70% of the time, the workers say it's not a failure. The LA tiny home projects for the homeless, on average, show only a 10% success rate, and LA pays nonprofits for tiny home communities roughly $55 to $100 per night per bed.
Yeah.
Here's the video of the guy.
Okay. That's all we do.
Inside a tiny home facility for those recently sleeping on the street. Is it helping you? Tiny home facility, North Hollywood. They have 39 tiny homes. Each one houses 2 people. Dog park here. How long have you been here? Almost a year. It's run by Hope the Mission, by LA's city roadmap. If you take a look at this WASA data, in 2024, they had a 10% success rate in getting people into permanent housing. Is yours similar to that?
So this particular site, but generally her submission, we are about 30% of our funds into permanent housing.
Only going to be 30% because it's a trial effort to see what works and what doesn't.
Error is the word.
Is it fair to say that this isn't working?
They're the first to do it.
Failure rate is
Yeah,
70%?
No, because what's the alternative? Have them on the street? I'd rather be able to work with folks and get them in and continue to make the experience better.
Do you feel like you're getting close to getting back on your feet?
I think morning, maybe I'll check out this hospital. I don't know. Open up that hospital is probably not a good idea.
Could not find work, and so I ended up on the street.
Yeah. Oh, then there's the whole fentanyl chapter
that seems
you
to be
left
his
out,
only
dude.
problem. He can't find
25
software
years of
engineer.
software. We can all, let's all think about this. Does anybody know? See, here's the whole thing. All the truth is anecdotal, but it's right, and I'll explain that in a second. First, Andrew, something that's always bothered me about Adam Yenter. He doesn't look like G.I. Joe, but G.I. Joe had friends. And some of those guys had beards. And he looks like G.I. Joe's friends who had a beard. And now you're going to find me a picture of that. Because
I
it's always
stencil it on every day before I come in here.
It's always what I thought about.
I don't know.
This is high praise.
Probably.
This is not a put
No,
down.
I'm honored.
Actually, the size of it,
When at first you
and
said
it's
G.I.
5
Joe had
skulls,
friends, I
it's
thought it was
probably
gonna
got
be
a couple
clearly
loot
does
dumps
not.
inside of
It's
it.
going negative direction. No, I see.
No.
Oh, the beard, yeah.
All right. Here's how you can figure out everything in life. I will tell everyone how to figure. I will tell everyone how to be an
I mean, I
expert
can't
at
imagine
everything
fighting
all the
through
time.
that much hospital for one loot dump.
You observe things.
I know
You
the
think
high
about
school's
things
got
a
a couple
little.
loot dumps in it.
And then you realize you're an expert.
It's got at least
so
2.
When people go, I never gave a shit about COVID. Let's say my kids were young-ish, 14, let's say, during COVID.
Oh,
13, 14,
I gotta loot
right?
them first.
Boy-girl twins. Now, a lot of people had a lot of concern for their kids. I had no concern for my kids vis-a-vis COVID because I looked around and no kid in the neighborhood was sick or got sick. I didn't hear one story about anybody even remotely related to anybody I knew as a young person, my friend, my kids, young, their friend that moved away to Oregon 3 years ago, but he got COVID, he's dead. Like there was none of that.
Yeah, they're all healthy.
Everything, every person was healthy. Now, the moms were locking them in their house because they're watching CNN and being scared.
With the death counter in there.
Right. But all I did was look around, and I never heard one story about one of my friends, and any of my kids' friends, being sick or even close to peril, much less death. So after about 2 weeks, I was like, all right, nothing for kids. This does nothing to kids. So
It looks
now,
like,
I wasn't
yeah, it
looking
looks
at
like that would
graphs
be a
and I wasn't
helicopter
looking at
pad up
Fauci's
there.
cooked data or CNN's death counter or anything. I just looked at my kids. I looked at all their friends.
I mean, it
I
probably
talked to them a
is
little
worth
bit,
it.
like all your friends,
I
like,
just,
they're good, they're
right
bored,
now,
they're
it's
staying at home. Okay,
the
so
blood
and so-
moon,
well,
so I
so-and-so
don't
got
want
it, but
to
it was
waste
fine.
the
2
ammunition.
days later, he was fine.
It's a cold, yeah.
Right.
Of course, I am
like,
making a lot of
so that's
ammunition
not
at the
a thing.
moment.
Okay, so here's how it works. Does
I was going to
anybody
try to set up
know
my
of
base so I could fight from inside of
in
it.
their world or beyond,
Or at
everyone
least
you went to high
start from
school with,
inside of it.
anyone you keep up with, any friend, any family member who was homeless minus a drug or mental issue. Does anyone know anyone who's just gainfully employed for 25 years as a software tech and is now sleeping on a sidewalk? Does anyone know it? Do you have any stories? Did you go to high school with a guy? Do you have somebody from your old Pop Warner football team who's living on? Do you know it? Have you seen it? Is there anyone you dated? I've never seen it. I've never heard of it. There's a couple of guys who have a bad bout with drugs who I've known who end
same.
up on the street.
Same, yep.
But I don't know anyone who just was a software developer
send out
got
job
fired.
applications and
Yeah, I kind of
they're
I
sleeping
picked the
outdoors.
downtown
I've
area
never met
so I
that
could hit
person,
some of them
and I would argue that
the
person
better
really doesn't
stash
exist,
spots. It's
much
just the
like
area I
the
picked to build my
14-year-old in
base.
my
It's
neighborhood
a lot
who's
of parking
claimed by
lots
COVID
and
does not exist. Do you have to stare at graphs and
I
charts
mean,
to
in the
come to that
morning I'm
conclusion?
probably
No, you do
gonna
not.
go a couple blocks
That person
away.
doesn't
Over there
exist,
looks like
and thus that problem doesn't exist.
a good area.
Let's see, upper left.
I
upper
haven't
left
done that
GI
IDOT
Joe.
building
Let's
yet.
see.
I should probably run through those. I could do those. Those are small.
Upper left, GI Joe. There may be an animated version
plug
of
up this
Adam the
hole.
User because GI Joe had a series, an animated series. Right, so we may need to see it. The upper left GI Joes and lower left GI Joes got some Adam. Yeah. Go back to the main thing. Let's see. All right, find me. All right, hold on. Go all the way to the left.
I'm gonna
Upper
go to
left.
my barber with a picture. This is what I'd like.
No, I said upper left when it was the upper one. Thank you.
That's the spitting image.
All right, yeah. When you go into your barber next,
just hand them
you
that
go to
picture.
Sports Clips. You go this. Because I do it with Jennifer Aniston. I go in and go.
You want the Rachel.
I want the Rachel. And God damn it, by God, they can do it. You know what I mean?
almost said, yeah, it looks exactly.
Well, it's grown out a little. Don't embarrass me, Adam. I know what you're thinking, but I'll go in with the Rachel.
Yeah.
You go in with G.I. Joe.
Fred.
And
Does he have a name, that guy?
You gotta watch. We gotta see the cartoon.
Yeah.
That'll help us a lot. All right, so people are living in tiny homes, and that guy worked for 25 years. By the way, 25 years in a white-collar professional job. You think you might sock away a little something?
Yes, you have
enough to buy yourself
couple
a couple
years of padding to.
You wouldn't hit the street the following Monday, would you?
Especially not with that hair and those eyes. Oh,
Yes.
I was just software engineering, and then this happened.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy, their interview that's running that little tiny home village, he says, well, what's the alternative? They're on the streets. I live in that neighborhood. They're still on the streets also. So you have a tent city.
Well, the problem
and
is,
houses.
It's not A or B.
everybody went into software engineering,
All right, what else?
and now the market is saturated.
Colbert
That's why it's hard to find a
named
job.
his producer for turning the Late Show into the left-wing.
Fucking
natural
every
hour.
year,
Late Night host Stephen
fucking
Colbert insists
100,000
it's
software
only in
engineers are
partisan. This is the
graduate
deal,
from
right?
college.
Because a producer told him to be one. The host of the Late Show, which will be airing its final episode next month after years of losing money and failing ratings, said as much during a recent interview with the New York Times. Colbert said that he was discouraged by the
Meanwhile,
network from being
welders
topical
make more
when he
than
first
software
joined
engineers.
as host. My
Because
instinct
they're
was
high
topical
in
and
high
I
demand.
engage with what I saw was an increasingly contentious public discourse. And then he says, I went for other ways to have fun with the audience. He said he was talking to Paul Dinello, one of his oldest friends and one of his producers, and he said, you're having fun and people love to see that. And I said, but that means I got to go dig up the guns. He compared himself to Clint Eastwood in Unforgiven,
kinda need a-
burying his guns. And he said,
to
during
mark
the
my base a little
2016
better,
party conventions, it
so
was
I
a
could
turning
see it
point
from
for
a
him to return
distance.
to his political background.
Let's go
The
see
outlet
what's
claiming
inside
that
this
ratings
building.
soared after he started outright Trump bashing.
Colbert's kind of prickly. He's not a dude. You know, he's kind of douchey, kind of guy. He likes yachting, you know, that kind of stuff. He's not like knock around, Joe Sixpack, G.I. Joe's buddy, kind of guy like you.
Whoa!
Where's that cartoon? We gotta have that. The cartoon's got an opening, right? It's gotta have the cartoon opening, right? I mean, I used to. That thing was a Saturday morning.
Yeah, I didn't watch all the
cartoon.
time, but I definitely caught it several times.
Is that what inspired you to grow that beard?
And one day, you'd see it, just the twinkle in my eye as I watched his friend come on screen, and I'd be like, someday that'll be me.
Do you get stopped in the street as one of G.I. Joe's buddies a lot?
Take pictures. They go, yeah, I thought you were a cartoon character.
All right, you gotta look for stuff at there to look for. All right, keep going. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. If you type in G.I. Joe cartoon into Google, doesn't
Listen,
this come up?
Shipwreck and Outback, which are the two characters that look like Adam, they're tough to find.
I'm doing the opening to the cartoon.
I'm trying to find them in the opening.
Oh, really? No, so if you just Google in that, we'll see if we see it. When Navy SEALs board a vessel, they will use a grappling.
Do you think that's what they're doing in the Strait of Hormuz right now? They're boarding those Iranian tankers with their grappling hook guns?
They pull up next to them and
with that song,
with the G.I. Joe blaring in the background. They pull up, and by the way, you know the guys are driving the bootleg ship. Hear the G.I. Joe theme in the distance, and they're like, "Oh, we have a problem." So they pull up in their Swift boats, and they're like Zodiac boats, and they pull up next to these things that are like 8 stories high, and they fire the fucking grappling hook, and they crawl up the side of the thing while it's moving. They would do that. Now I think they're probably lowering themselves down off helicopters. I would be zip lines or whatever they're called. I'd be a horrible passenger because I'd be like to the guy. The guy's like, "All right, we're 50 feet above the deck." I go, "Why don't we just land on the deck?" No, we're 50 feet above. It's time. It's go time. I'd be like, "It's so big and flat. We could just land. And we could crawl. We could get out of the helicopter like human beings. Hey, we got to zip down." I'm like, I saw Black Hawk Down.
Wait.
That doesn't always work.
I gotta go back
Why
this
don't we
way.
just land on the deck of the ship?
Can I
You know,
close
can't we
the
just
gate?
land?
It'll help a little.
Why have to do 4 stories? Why can't you just get 4 feet above the fucking deck of the thing and I'll jump out?
Yeah.
Is this the
Oh, we
street
got
over here?
shipwreck.
Yeah. All right.
We got footage of shipwreck. See if you're shipwrecked.
Is this him doing a theater show?
For the greatest rock and rollers in the land, the average.
There he is.
Man, I didn't remember all this from G.I. Joe. There's a lot more performing.
Hang on, what the fuck are they watching?
That reminds me of when Hulk Hogan had his band in the WWE.
Yes.
Got the same vibe, right?
Oh my god. The 80s were the worst thing to ever happen. All right. What is that, a Mopower? Yeah. Wish there was a Shotgun Messiah close by. I better go empty my sack. I got 20 hours. My brass is filled again, huh? I guess I'm getting plenty of brass. My lead situation is a little... I need twice as much lead. I should probably just find a lead deposit. I think this is my lead one. Yeah, it is. Bink. Alright. Oop. I got my parts here. God damn, I got a lot of cloth. I think west is where is unexplored. Yeah, let's head west. Dude, I literally just planted that tree. Bet you there's a lot of cool shit in here. There he is. Come here, buddy. Yeah, how you going? I can hear him. I don't know where he's at. I think he's above me. Where is he? There he is. Here. Uh-huh, you're on fire. Oh, he survived the fire, huh? Alright, I'm gonna remove this, because that's probably gonna cause a problem later. These bricks probably will too. Alright. Well, I'm gonna go up first. Hey, maybe up wasn't a good idea. There's nothing over here. A lot of metal in here when I need it. Damn, almost flipped him. Hey, how's it going? I'm just prepping for the blood moon. This is where I came in, I think. Yeah, it is. Whoa! I constantly back up because rushing forward when I swing the bat is a power move. I can sometimes get them with just one whack. If I just stand still, see, it doesn't kill them right away. Since I usually play the game by myself, I always spec myself for killing quickly with whatever weapon I choose to use. It's usually the club and the machine gun, and then I usually have a handgun as backup. But I always got to use a melee weapon because the zombies are attracted by sound, so the gunfire will draw in more. Unless you find a silencer. 3 hits? If I'm not moving, it'll take 3 hits to kill a zombie. If I'm rushing them when I'm swinging the bat, it'll usually only takes 1. Well, my favorite weapon is the tactical assault rifle. I put a semi-automatic mod on it, so it fires every time I pull the trigger, instead of fully automatic where I just hold down the trigger and it continues to fire. And if you can get a silencer for it, that makes it the best weapon. Unless you're inside, then just the 9mm with a silencer on it. The silencers are what makes the guns good. That makes the guns even more useful. Is because the gunfire attracts more zombies. Like, I don't really want to use my AK because I don't have a silencer. Alright, I will check it out here in just a minute. God damn it. All right, I gotta run to the bathroom right quick. I will check Discord while I'm there. Watch out, buddy. I'm getting up, getting up. All right, I'm back. I responded to you on Discord. So, all right, I went through that waterworks. You know, during the day, still want to head west. Wow, this city's huge. I can't tell if those are trees or a storm ahead of me. I think it's a storm. Yeah, that's a storm. Get out of here since I woke up all the zombies. All right, I think this is the west edge of town. It would appear that that's desert up ahead of me. I kind of feel like going further over there to make sure. But to be honest, I don't think it's necessary. Let me get into the map. See if there's any lead around me. None that I could see right now. nitrate. Is that another trader? All right. That's a bonus. I brought my dukes with me, didn't I? Yeah. All right. I don't have a lot, but yeah, I got about 1,000 rounds of
Good morning, my ass. Buy
the high
something,
power.
then it might be a good morning. Well, look who decided to show their face again.
I got enough to get through the blood moon.
Thank you very much, and now you can go fuck yourself. I was out here trying to find some lead, but I don't. Look at that island. Be a good place for a base. Alright, well, I might as well start heading back. Because I don't think I'm going to find any lead out here.
That's the hospital, ain't it? I think it is. Yeah. Wow, okay, so the edge wasn't as far as I thought it was. Unless this is a different hospital, but I don't think it is. Nope, this is the hospital. God, this guy tires out. What has he got, asthma? This one, wasn't it? Yeah, this one's got all the iron in it. 20 more. Alright, I feel better about that. Water. Over that way. I have mixed feelings about this building being here. I kind of the feeling that it shouldn't be, and I rather it wouldn't be. That's it, just a dude in a duffel bag. I felt like that would be more interesting. Yeah, see, if that building wasn't there, I'd be closer to the water source. Everybody wants to be closer to a water source. What is that joint? Oh, that's that low power. Whoa, these things take a long time to make. Oh shit, I'm gonna go boil my water. Alright, we're gonna go get this bad dog. Yeah, hopefully the skies clear up. They're doing all right. I don't know where a buddy was on the floor, and Shoujo was just laying next to me. She got up. I don't know what she went. I think she went to the litter box. Can't believe I ran past it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hey, Shoujo. Oh crap, there was like 9 grand in Dukes there. Let me get my torch back out. You're just gonna knock all my shit on the floor. Can't make any more. Can I make any more bullets? I'll make 132 more. Shit. Why you gotta drop it so far away? Worst pilot ever. Let's do a video while I'm doing all this. Dragging out. It's too quiet in here.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. Holy frickin' moly, it's crazy how we live in complete alternative universes. Of course, you've heard the rhetoric coming from the left the last couple of days. What an utter embarrassment in Washington, D.C. is what they've been saying. Yeah, apparently the UFC event was embarrassing. Coming from these people who decided to take advantage and create a little bit of a contrasting optics game here, launching a counter event to UFC Freedom 250, thinking, oh, we're gonna totally steal their shine, and holy frickin' moly, what an absolute frickin' train wreck embarrassment for these leftoids. We've got Bette Midler and her boomer, we've got Miss Rachel uttering your typical activist slop, a freaking toddler entertainer talking to a group of full-grown adults like they're a bunch of damn babies, kind of fitting a trend as we saw that was basically Kamala Harris's entire 2024 campaign strategy. Oh my lord. An empty crowd, no energy, the whole thing painfully cringe and performative. Another desperate attempt by these annoying theater kids to outshine the fascist right. Oh my lord, they really thought they did something here, folks. And again, they're pointing the finger saying the UFC event was cringe, which objectively wasn't. It was freaking epic. Meanwhile, this is what they're up to. Let me show you guys this absolute embarrassment. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. Alright, folks. Well, apparently the UFC event was cringe. This, however, oh yeah, this is where the cool kids are.
Oh, you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
No one is getting left behind this time. How do we get there?
There's no safe amount of time for a child to be in. Immigration detention centers must be shut down. We need to end the cruel policies of family protection and family separation.
You know, I'm watching this and I'm thinking to myself, how the hell are we losing this battle? You know, obviously we've been winning for quite some time and we're on an uptrend, but don't you think it's fascinating? This is the crew that's basically had a total stranglehold on America's cultural institutions for at least 2 decades straight. Freaking hippie boomer theater kids singing crappy songs and a bunch of goofballs in the White House during the Biden years doing quirky jazz hand dances.
No.
Not to mention, well, everything else that transpired.
I gotta see what the hell that looked like.
Years at the White House, which was horrifically embarrassing, not just for the left, but for Biden.
I see that. That's fucking.
Not to mention, well, everything else that transpired during the Biden years at the White House, which was horrifically embarrassing, not just for the left, but for the entire country on the global stage. You know, I think this picture kind of suffices to make the point. Yeah, I mean, just utter humiliation. And this kind of speaks back to Kamala Harris's campaign strategy. Remember pointing the finger at us, saying, we're weird? J.D. Vance is weird. And now basically doing the exact same thing. These are the people pointing at UFC Freedom 250 and saying it's cringe, implying that we should be embarrassed.
And the country, I think, was humiliated by this spectacle. If you were going to create an image, Steph, of American decline, you could not have created an image better back to Roman times than this.
The country was humiliated. Are you kidding me? What about any of this is humiliating? Not to mention the point of climax. I mean, that was one of the best UFC events I have ever seen. We saw Sugar Sean O'Malley put on an absolute clinic. This guy is extremely talented, such an impressive fighter. He brought it home big time. Then you got Justin Gaethje, a 6-1 underdog, turning cocky Ilia Topuria's face into freaking mincemeat, and giving all the glory to America, the service members, and first responders who make the country great. I'm not sure I can play his victory speech. It's probably going to be copyright. You know, the UFC hounds you on that stuff. But I mean, the whole thing was literally at multiple times I jumped out of my freaking seat with excitement, especially when Justin Gaethje landed that right freaking hook that totally turned the fight around after taking massive shots to his liver. I mean, it looked like he was going to lose the fight. Ilia Topuria failed to get him into submission, and then the whole fight turned around. It was an absolutely epic comeback victory and massive historic upset for the American fighter during America 250. Just peak entertainment. And these clowns, these goofballs, think they can rewrite history. Who do they think they're convincing? I mean, seriously. And really what this comes down to, again, it's an optics play. They did a counter event, a legendary UFC event that the whole world was watching, and then Bette Midler friggin' sagging around, and Miss Rachel probably talking about trans kids and, ooh, I'm a free Palestine. I didn't even watch her segment. I just know it's cringe, and she probably, was going on about some incoherent friggin' activist gobbledygook. Yeah, let's just say I don't think they're winning the optics battle. And if this is really what they've got to drive culture, I wouldn't be too bullish about their future, folks. They lost their stranglehold on the media. They can no longer enforce their cultural dominance, and slowly but surely, it's eroding with time. And you can gather that, again, just from the optics, because it's not just us that see what's going on here that are, frankly, disgusted by whatever the Democrats are projecting here. No, it's even their own freaking allies. Look at this clip from TMZ.
I want to say something about the UFC fights last night at the White House. The people who are complaining that this is beneath the dignity of the White House are such elitists. It's just shocking to me that every president has held events at the White House. There have been presidents who loved plays, and people have put plays on at the White House. There has been opera at the White House. There have been great singers at the White House. And the reality is, fighting is part of American culture, like it or not. Millions and millions of people like it. And Donald Trump gave them access to the White House last night with an event that aligns with what goes on in American culture. UFC is huge in America right now, and people loved it. A lot of people didn't, but a lot of people did. And the idea of saying, this is beneath the dignity of the White House, I think just speaks to how out of touch people are, thinking that, yeah, we can hold events at the White House that are culturally things that I sign off on, but not things I don't. That is intolerant. What happened at the White House last night was fine.
Exactly, it's so cringe, elitist, and insufferable. There's also this headline: CNN praises UFC 350 at the White House, saying it felt more like a UFC event than a political event. The guy had some attendance. It was a wholesome event. Can we just have fun and celebrate one of the top sports in the country? And the fact that it's at the White House during America's 250th anniversary, the bald eagles, the backflips on motorbikes, the Air Force flyover, the projection of strength and masculinity, unapologetic, unabashed patriotism. Why not? It brings the country together. It's fun. It's entertainment. It's enjoyable. But the left has to come in with their insufferable Karenhood. And again, I don't think it's a good look, and I don't think it's going to do them any favors. This is the modern left. If I was part of this group, I'd be jumping ship like you can't even imagine. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
There will always be unsolved mysteries about the ancient world. We're just too far from it.
Oh, I should have never came in here. Where are you?
Some mysteries that can and have been solved, and science is getting more advanced every day. Satellites doing more than just ushering the future. They can give us surprising glimpses into a distant past, allowing us to better understand the ancient civilizations that came before us. And luckily, the past decade has provided a number of breakthroughs that finally answer some of these quandaries. Here are 7 ancient mysteries that we've solved in the last decade. While the Moai statues are not always known by name, they are instantly recognizable. These stone figures come from the island of Rapa Nui, also known as Easter Islands. With their long heads, strong brows, big noses, and thin lips, the Moai are as iconic as they are mysterious. And for years, archaeologists have argued over their most basic facts. Why were they built? How were they moved? And why are there so many of the things? However, one of their foundational questions has finally been answered. In 2019, a team of anthropologists from 6 different institutions published a scientific paper showing that the Moai statues had been placed very intentionally. This has been suspected for a long time, since the statues have an average weight of about 14 tons, and, well, no one likes to carry 14 tons about willy-nilly, do they? Also, it's been well established that the Moai were constructed at an extinct volcano that served as the island's quarry and then moved, or perhaps walked, using ropes into their current locations. For the past 1,000 years, most of the approximately 900 statues stood with their backs to the sea on stone platforms called ahu, which can hold up to 15 of them. This placement led some people to believe that the Moai were spiritual protectors, keeping watch over the island and the people within it. And in a way, you're right. But the answer turned out to be a lot less metaphorical. As part of their research, the anthropologists used mathematically driven spatial modeling to find connections between the placement of different Moai statues. Immediately, one factor was statistically significant: fresh water. This makes sense when you consider the island's unique hydrology. One of the problems with Rapa Nui is that it has very few sources of drinkable water. Its 2 lakes are difficult to access, there are no streams, and its one spring is often reduced to a wet bog. Archaeologists have found systems for collecting rain, but they are nowhere near big enough to provide for a population of several thousand. Describe the people of Rapa Nui as drinking ocean water, but that doesn't make sense either. The high salt content is toxic to humans, ironically causing death by dehydration. This left the researchers with 2 possibilities. Either the European explorers were lying, it wouldn't be the first time, or something else was going on here. So, they studied water samples from the Easter Island coast. It turns out that rainwater is quickly absorbed by the island's volcanic soils and runs downhill beneath the ground, injecting where the island meets the ocean. As a result, in certain areas, the water is brackish.
I didn't mean to waste 2 bullets on him, but
the main source of
meat is meat.
Strangest way I've heard brackish water described. This was the main source of water for the people who built the Moai statues. When researchers compared the map of freshwater ejection points and ahu platforms, there was also evidence that the were associated with freshwater as well. After years of wondering, science and mathematics has finally unveiled why the enormous iconic statues of Easter Island are placed the way that they are. There is no shortage of ancient languages, and deciphering the tantalizing scraps that remain is a task so challenging.
Hang on, I was going to do something.
Linguistics departments busy for decades. But in 2022, the University of Cologne.
I had to make more bars. That's right.
Cracked a language that had puzzled the world since the 1950s. Kushan.
Only 2.
Around 135 BC, nomadic warriors from northern China wandered their way into
250.
the Bactria.
Alright, well, I guess we'll spark.
Its conqueror, Alexander the Great. They decided they liked the area and chose Bactria as their base of operations in what later became the Kushan Empire. At its height, their territory spread across the modern-day countries of Afghanistan, Pakistan, Tajikistan.
I've been very, very hesitant to comment on this.
Stephen A. Smith took the left by surprise when he came out and made this statement.
We're in a situation that you simply can't get around. Carmelo Anthony murdered Austin Metcalf. Just because you're black and young with challenges that black folks face every single day doesn't give you a license to murder someone.
As reasonable as this sounds, it starts to get weird as he goes on. He believes 35 years is too much for anyone to get for murder, which I don't understand. That doesn't make sense to me.
Let me state for the record and get this out the way right now. I am not happy that Carmelo Anthony got sentenced to 35 years.
I've heard people in the legal space claim that he's not going to serve 35 years. By the time he gets out, he will be younger than I am right now.
18 jurors, about 6 minorities, none of whom happen to be black. I don't believe that's being judged by a jury of your peers. Here's the reality, though. That's all I can say. I would give anything to be able to say something definitive about Carmelo Anthony's defense.
Why? Why is that a desire that you have so deeply that you would give anything for? Why do you feel the obligation to come to the defense of one person over the other? Which is what you are insinuating. And it's only going to get stranger.
Anybody with an incident like this is going to want to hear from Representative Jasmine Crockett. Take a listen.
This wasn't someone who said, hey, let me stab you 5, 6, 7 times. And so when you're looking at the punishment range, there's a reason in Texas that it goes from 5 to 99 or life, because you are looking at how intentional, like how bad was this?
Notice she does not mention at all the fact that he stabbed someone.
35 years for a kid who had decided to go under a tent that was not his team's tent as it was raining.
That's not what he went
She
to
makes
jail
it sound
for.
like he was just trying to get out of the rain.
The fact that there was
He didn't go to jail for sitting under the tent.
Humanity seen.
Sorry.
When this black boy said that I was scared.
Notice how she brings in
Or the fact that honestly anybody else who did something with such a small object.
Notice she just said he did something. She doesn't even say knife, she says object.
All I know is that it wasn't considered unlawful carrying of a weapon because the blade was not long enough.
A black kid did something, trying to get out of the rain. That's all I get from what she said.
Everybody has a point.
But then Stephen A. Smith goes on to claim that, well, she does have a point here.
The discussion we should be having is, are we supposed to be judged by a jury of our peers? I ain't see a black person on that jury.
According to Stephen A. Smith, if they are black. Not black, according to your logic, is not a peer.
They said minorities. What kind of minorities? Asians? Native Americans? Hispanics? What? I didn't see any black people on that jury. That's about it. Outside of that,
because the black people that were going to be on the jury said that they couldn't be non-biased.
Why wasn't this criminally negligent homicide as opposed to so many times we look at certain situations and we ask ourselves, why do we continue to go through this? Because the system is against us. This ain't the argument. This ain't the time to make that argument.
And yet, he goes on just a moment later to make that argument.
The time to make the argument about the flagrant unfairness of the charges that were levied against them, there should have been a lot more noise.
Then, goes on to say this.
So when you see people out there and they're making a whole bunch of noise and they're going off as if the system has done some grave injustice, they're still talking about the guy that's alive with a 35, albeit with a 35-year sentence.
He's just jumping back and forth between these two as it suits him. Have you ever wondered how politicians seem to buy and sell stock at the perfect time and make a ton of money before major world events? A member of Congress reportedly bought $50,000 in a defense company shortly after the Iran conflict began. Here's the crazy part, those trades are actually public information, which means everyday investors like you and me can follow them. My friend Ross Givens is hosting a free training session this Thursday, June 18th at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, where he's going to show you exactly how it works so that you can do it yourself if you want. He's been tracking insider trade for nearly a decade, and some have returned over 1,000%. I just recently sat down with him. He understands how this game is played in a unique way. He has a background as a former vice president at JP Morgan. He's an experienced guy, so it's an interesting opportunity. Seats are limited. Click the link below, scan the QR code, or visit warrensinsiders.com and grab one of the final spots.
You're not taking into consideration the parent that's going to have his son. That's never going to see his son again.
Then he points at a young black conservative, looks at his response, and goes in on him.
Jeffrey Mead, I think he's a conservative voice. I see him online sometimes. He had a response to all of that. I want you to listen.
You need to be ashamed. You need to be ashamed. Because that's $20 that was in there.
Notice what it was about. She said, you guys ought to be ashamed because that was one of y'all's. That was in meaning the black law enforcement officers ought to be ashamed because a black boy was just convicted of murder after he stabbed somebody through the heart and killed them. They're siding with Carmelo Anthony simply because he's black.
We are seeing people remove their ability for critical thinking and reasoning and banding together by tribe based on race. You're the same race as me, therefore I'm going to blindly take your side, regardless of what the facts or logic indicate.
It was about the fact that they're black, he's black, that means you should be on his side, and you shouldn't be helping enforcing any laws around this place. This is why you see black people, in many cases around the country, losing their mind right now, because they're automatically siding with Carmelo Anthony because he's black.
That's a bad thing, no matter how you want to cut it.
This is one of our problems because when you're this pro-black, no matter what, it hijacks your ability to reason.
Pointing that out is not wrong, and yet Stephen A. Smith goes on to claim it is.
Jeffrey Mead, I believe that's your name. Before I say anything in direct response to what you just articulated, I don't know you. I think you're conservative or whatever, and that's fine. I would ask you to be a little bit more sensitive.
Okay, what did he just say that is insensitive? If what he just said is problematic and that's too insensitive, we are doomed.
As black people, let's stop talking as if black people have never suffered in this country. That we don't have a reason to be suspect and to raise the proverbial eyebrow.
You can raise the proverbial eyebrow all you want, but don't blind yourself to objective reasoning and facts. This has nothing to do with that.
See, one of the things that black conservatives are going to have to come to a realization about
Running out
is
of
that the manner
easy
in
metal.
which you communicate and you present yourself, and the arguments that you make sometimes emanate from your own victimhood.
Why is what we just listened to categorized as being a black conservative? That's just being rational. What does any of this have to do with black conservatives?
You go at liberals or people with liberal or left-leaning thinking because of the manner in which you're talked about as a conservative. I get it. I don't think you deserve it.
So he's being rational as a result of his own subconscious victimhood. Okay.
We know I've been called sellout, coon, all of this other stuff. The second I disagree with black folks, I get it. Part of the reason you come at black folks is because they've done it to you.
You had me at the beginning, but then...
Let's just be sensitive to that. In the same breath, being sensitive to that lets everybody understand. Jeffrey Mead had points that are valid.
So, I've seen these commercials. I think like everybody's seen these commercials about like online game ads, and I've always been wondering like why is it that like because like some of these games there'll be a commercial for a game that seems kind of interesting, and then the game itself isn't like that at all. It's like why do you make a fake video game ad? Why wouldn't you just make the game? If you already have a proof of concept, why not just make the game? I don't understand.
This is a YouTube advertisement for a mobile game called Ebony the King's Return. You've probably seen this ad or ads just like it a million,
so many
billion,
times.
jillion
Yep.
times before, right? But if you go to the App Store on your phone and you download this game, you will quickly realize that the game you see in this ad does not exist.
What?
Ebony is a game about city building. You build
That's not even close.
an empire and level up your town hall and all that good stuff. But despite
What the
the fact
fuck?
that this ad is a lie, this marketing strategy is clearly very effective.
I can't believe they're just now talking about this, dude. This has been pissing me off for years.
So you might be thinking to yourself, how can you even do this? What do they stand to gain by tricking over 100 million people into downloading a game that doesn't even exist? Well, I can answer your question in just one word. Wait. And when you think of Wales, you might think... Of, you know, big giant creatures swimming through the sea, or maybe, you know, the country with hills and sheep and stuff. But a mobile game developer, when they think of a whale, they think of this guy. His name is Daigo, and he is completely and utterly addicted.
It's crazy to see people do this.
Practically every waking moment of his life playing this game. And at the time of this Wall Street Journal video being released,
like
he had
$80,000.
spent roughly $70,000 on the game.
Probably 80
so
by now.
much money that he couldn't actually state an exact figure. And perhaps the most shocking part of
I
it
don't
all...
like to think about it. I feel like, isn't that a self-report that maybe what you're doing is a bad idea? I don't even want to acknowledge the fact that it's happening. Yeah, like, to me, like, I don't know, I think that's a little bit of a giveaway.
Is that he doesn't regret spending a single penny. This right here
Good for
is the
him.
lifeblood of your average free-to-play mobile game.
Yeah.
Maybe your game gets 100 million downloads, but the overwhelming majority of those players won't spend a single penny on your game. Many of them will quit after just a couple of hours. A small percentage of players will spend small amounts of money here or there just to make the game more fun for them.
Yeah.
But then a very small number of people will spend astronomical amounts of money on the game. So much
Well,
money.
it's like, you think about it, right? Let's say you have 100 million people playing your game. Like, you've got 100 million people, and then out of that 100 million, 1,000 of those people, very, very small percentage, less than 1% of those people, 1,000 of those people spend $10,000, let's say. That's $10 million. That's what happens, is they bank on just that, like, that 0.1% to just make up the amount of money, and, like, one's at 100,000, right, or something like that, and it's probably even more. Yeah, Diablo Mobile, yeah. So, like, the whales, like, you only need a few whales in the game to really keep it going. Wait, you're right? Yeah, and, like, whenever you think about it at scale, it actually is crazy how much they're making.
That it makes up for all of the other people who never spent a penny combined. And the more downloads your game gets, the more whales you get.
And you need more of those casual players, because those casual players make the whales feel good about being whales.
To some sources, only about 2% of all mobile game players turn out to be whales. Yet they are responsible...
2%. Think about that. 2% of 100 million is 2 million people. So if a whale is like, I don't know, like $1,000, that's $2 billion. That's crazy. Like that 2%? Oh my God. I'm in the wrong industry, yes.
The overwhelming majority of
I need
the
to make a
money that the
gotcha game.
mobile gaming industry makes each year. And 2% of 100 million downloads is a whole lot more whales than 2% of 10,000 downloads.
That's right.
So an advertisement like this, which just flagrantly shows you a game that isn't real, is doing its job exactly right. All this ad needs to do is convince you to download the game. That's it. Because yeah, sure, 90% of people are going to uninstall it basically immediately, and 98% of people won't.
In my opinion, I think this should be illegal, by the way. It's like, if you're doing something like this, it's basically false advertising.
Spend a penny. But those 2% make so much money that from the gaming company's perspective, all of this lying and cheating is worth it in the end.
And it's also, keep in mind that it's not like you only spend $10,000 or $0. There's a lot of people spend $30. I spend $20. Somebody spends $6. That's still money. And you put $6 times a million, that's $6 million.
It's the biggest mobile game developers billions of dollars every year. But you're all probably thinking to yourself the exact same thing right now. This is just false advertising. Isn't false advertising meant to be illegal?
It is.
Don't these companies get sued into the ground for advertising a game that's completely fake? Well, in theory, yes. False advertising is illegal and it can get you into some serious trouble. But in practice, these companies aren't actually breaking the law. You see, when I said this game didn't exist, I was almost telling the truth. Because this game you see in the advert does exist inside of Ebony the King's Return. See, it's a mini-game.
This looks like shit. This looks like the PlayStation 2 version.
That you can play inside of Ebony. You can play it for free for about half an hour before the levels run dry and you have to start engaging with the base building mechanics that most of the game is centered around. So to any government agency looking in, you didn't technically falsely advertise your product. This game is inside the mobile app that it's advertising. It's not false advertising, it's just disingenuous advertising. And disingenuous...
In my opinion, I think think that it's still false advertising. I do. And the reason why is, like, if you look at this here, this is not the same as this. It's not. It's not the same game, period. Like, it's undeniable that it's not the same game. So, what are we talking about?
Advertising. And disingenuous isn't illegal, so they get away with it. Now, there are some games that do a much, much worse job of pretending to be the game from the ad. Like, whilst I was researching this video, I played a game called Top War Battle Game that, as far as I could tell, wasn't even trying to pretend to be the game from the ad. So I have no idea how companies like these get away with it. But generally, the game in the ad will be somewhere inside the app.
So the way they get away with it is because Google doesn't do any quality control for their ads. That's the reason why they get away with it, is because Google doesn't care. And that's why, like, so many people, like, everybody talks about, oh, it's like bad, that it's like unethical to like ad block. It's like, you know what, like, you're right, but like Google's also behaving unethically by just letting ads that are blatant scams be published on their platform. Like, there's like the Mr. Beast scams, the Joe Rogan, like, deep fake scams for supplements. Like, this stuff is really bad.
They run an ad that shows a game that looks kind of fun, so it convinces you to download the game.
Yeah.
You play this little mini game for half an hour before quickly realizing that the bulk of the game is not really what you signed up for. And this is where most people just uninstall the game and never think about it again. But for that tiny 2% of players, they get hooked on what the rest of the game contains, and they spend money again and again, and they single-handedly bankroll the entire company that makes the game for years to come.
And this is why games keep appealing to whales, is because their vote matters more than yours does. Because whenever you vote with $1, they vote with $1,000. That's it. And so whenever you're not voting at all, that's another factor. It's that simple. Because no court wants to continually try to prosecute false advertising games. Maybe, I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, in general, right? Like, this is why these games keep happening. Developers take the tactic of fake ads to make lower cost per install and implement it. Yeah, you could be right.
Now, if you've been on the internet for a while and have a relatively good memory, you might also remember these adverts.
Yeah.
These ones are similarly infamous for being completely fake and not representing the game at all. In fact, these ones are so infamous that they actually made an entire ad campaign that literally commented on how their ads are fake.
Guys, didn't y'all believe that all those puzzle ads were fake? There's no such game, but today I finally found the game. Ebony the King's Return.
Honestly, this one is...
Wait. So they're talking and complaining about fake games, while they're advertising the game that people are complaining about to be fake, and it is in fact fake? Wow. That's impressive.
So bold in just, like, doubling down on the lie that I honestly kind of respect it. But these ads were all over the internet a few years back, just blatantly showing a game that they had no intention of actually letting you play for more than 10 minutes. But these ads were discontinued a long time ago, and they've not been running for years. And when you download Ebony, this old game is nowhere to be found, which sheds a light on another strategy these mobile game companies use to advertise their game. They use what's called A/B testing. They will create a bunch of different adverts and then roll them all out
Whichever
onto
one
YouTube
works, go with
all
that.
at once. Then they look at the statistics to see which of these ads performed the best and which of them resulted in the most downloads for the game. Whichever of these ads that they created that does the best will be kept, and the rest will get discarded.
I really have to admire the shamelessness of it. I do. Like, they don't care about anything. All they care about is getting people to download this piece of shit and play it. It's crazy.
They then take the successful...
Somebody said in chat, call center energy. You are exactly right.
and they make some iterations of it, changing, you know, details here and there inside the ad. Then they roll out those ads again and measure their success. And they do this over and over again until they have the perfect ad to get as many downloads as possible for their game.
It's min-max.
And the most important part of all is that whatever mini-game they decide to show in the advert is literally completely made up from scratch. And if one of the fake mini-games in the ad starts to do well as an ad campaign, they then start making the mini-game for their ad to match the ad. Funnily enough,
Man.
most products usually start, you know, making the product first, and then they make the ad to reflect the product. But mobile game companies start with the ad, and the moment this ad stops working as well as it used to, the moment people start to catch on that the game they're being advertised is completely fake, the company then changes their entire ad campaign. Make a brand new ad with a brand new fake game and spread it far and wide.
So before they have time to complain about it enough, they already just flip the script and start something new. That's a pretty good idea. Yeah, so goddamn rotten it is. It's really impressive. Yes, I know. Imagine waking up every morning and being an employee for one of these companies. They really have to psych a valve for sociopathy. I mean, I think that they don't even, like, they probably don't even think about it. They're probably like, okay, so, like, we're gonna do this, we're gonna make these games, and whichever one people like will actually make the real game. Yeah, they're not thinking about this shit at all.
What can I make out of these? A dupe collector, huh?
Whilst I was researching this video, there was one thing that I just couldn't get my head
A
around
workbench
for the
to do
longest
that?
time.
I'm gonna
If
make
you're a
some
mobile
dupe
game
collectors.
company and you have an ad that looks like this, that is insanely popular, why not
science?
just make your entire game look like this? Like, it's clearly super popular. People like it a lot, and it convinces them to
Dupe
download your
collector.
game.
There we go.
And there are literally thousands
How many can I
of
make?
negative reviews
6?
on the App Store page talking about how mad they are about
make
the
4.
false advertising. So if you get all this backlash from your scummy marketing strategy, why not just make the entire game be just like the
Because the people that are making the game don't speak English, and they don't even know what these things are saying. They just think, oh, it's another mad white person? Haha, we got him again. Hey, fuck him. Yeah, they don't even know. Oh, look at him. Look how mad he is. Yeah, that's probably the real reason.
popular ad
Yeah, they
campaign
don't
that
speak
your team
English.
came up with.
Can't
Well,
read this.
this is where we get to the saddest and most insidious part of the story. You
Stupid
see,
white devil.
whales are only half of the money-making strategy that these game companies employ. Because even if you get 100 million downloads on your app, even if 2 million whales rock up to your app,
That's a lot of
cash in
whales.
hand, you still have to convince those whales to spend their money in the first place. And this is where we get to the nasty part. The reason Evany is a base builder, and the reason it's been a base builder.
Because you probably have to wait time for you to build the base. But if you pay money, you can skip the wait. Let's find out if I'm right about this.
For its entire lifetime is because the base builder game is created from the ground up by very intelligent people with one single goal in mind: to be as addictive and manipulative as possible in order to get you to
What a fucking surprise. Who could have ever imagined this?
feel pressured into spending your money. And once you've started spending your money, it's designed to keep you spending it over and over again. Whales aren't just whales because they're stupid and have too much money on their hands. They're whales because they are unfortunately addicted to a game that they are willing to waste tens of thousands of dollars on. And this little...
I think that there is a component of whales where it's actually not a mental disorder. They just like spending money on the game because they're bad with money. They're just stupid. Yeah, they're flexers. Exactly. Yeah, they're flexing. That's what matters to them. They like anime titties. Yeah, exactly. It's not a mental disorder. It's not a mental health crisis. It's just these guys like spending money on the game and bragging about it because they think it's cool.
minigame of enemies running down the lanes at you just isn't good at making whales spend their money. It's very good at convincing people to download a game. It's fantastic marketing, but the downside of this minigame is that it's hard to monetize, whereas a base builder or an anime RPG is incredibly easy.
Is this like AFK Journey? I remember everybody was getting sponsored to play this game. Everybody got sponsored to play this game except for me. I think I was the only person on Twitch that did not get sponsored to play this game. Is it Fate Grand Order? Yeah, well, they all look the same, and it's all basically the same shit, right? I mean, let's be honest.
Monetize, and they use all of the nastiest little tricks in the book that you can possibly think of to manipulate people into spending their money. They slow your progression through the game to a crawl and then offer you the ability to buy your progression back. They intentionally don't make their games too skill-based so that you'll be more willing to just buy chances to win. They offer
the reason why is because that's actually not the reason why. It's that if somebody spends $10,000 in a video game and they lose to somebody who plays it for free, do you know what that whale thinks? Maybe I might be a fucking idiot. Wait, am I stupid? Wait a minute, and whenever the person who you're trying to get to spend a large amount of money on something they shouldn't be spending money on, the last thing you want them to do is to think. Thinking is the death of a sale. So don't let them think.
Limited time deals to make you feel pressured into spending money literally right now, or else the deal goes away. They make desirable characters, skins, or items impossible to directly buy and make it so that the only way to access them is through loot box mechanics that are completely random. In fact, there's this really, really scary, disgusting
Dude, this is going to live in infamy for like next years.
Video on the internet called Let's Go Whaling, where this guy, this evil, dirty fucking bastard of a man, goes on a massive 20-minute talk about just how he monetizes a mobile game, and it is...
I don't like the people that are false advertising, but at the same time, like, if you're getting addicted to Fate Grand Order and spending $70,000 on it, I'm really not going to blame a lot of other people besides you on that. I mean, like, you're doing that to yourself. You're like, if you're hitting.
Yeah, there's a point where the con is so stupid, it's kind of your fault, man.
Yeah. Like, what's really going on here? Like, why are we getting mad at this guy for making a game that's, like, addictive rather than the person who's, like, spending a bunch of money on a game? Like, this is insane. Like, at what point is this person not accountable for their own behavior? Why does it matter if the consumer doesn't regret spending the money? Because I think that most consumers do regret spending the money. And I think that regret sets in. It's like post-nut clarity, where it's like you're not thinking about it being a bad thing at the time, but then after you finish playing the game and you look at it again, you think, this is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. Get it off my screen right now. That's the reason why.
Genuinely, like staring in the face of Satan himself. I won't go over the entire video here. I'll just link it in the description for you to watch the whole thing, and I really do recommend you watch it, because he goes over every dirty little trick in the business that mobile game companies use to pathologize spending money. And after you've finished watching that video, and after this guy has made you really, really angry, just think that there are dozens of people just
that
like...
are watching this and taking notes. You've got to keep in mind that this guy wasn't giving a presentation to nobody. There are people that are in the audience that are like... They're thinking about it. That's what's happening. It's not like this is one dude.
This guy that work at the biggest and most profitable gaming companies in the world. They spend every moment of their working lives trying to weasel their way into your mind and into your wallet. So that is why the mobile game company can't just make their entire game look like the ad. Because the game in the ad looks much more fun to play, but it's much worse at slyly convincing people to part with their hard-earned cash. And you might be sat at home thinking to yourself, well, I would never be dumb enough to fall for this stuff. I have never spent a penny on a mobile game in my life. And that's just...
You're still a plankton. And if you play these games, you are contributing to the ecosystem that keeps the whales alive. Yep, if you're playing the game, if you're free to play, you are still playing.
Just a thing, because you're probably right. You probably wouldn't fall for this stuff, but there are people out there that do, and they fall for it really hard. And as much as you might not want to admit it, those people are just like you and me. They're not dumber than you.
I think they are. I'll say it. I think they are dumber. Now, they might not be dumber than you about everything, but they sure are about this. Abso-fucking-lutely. It's not even a question.
They're not necessarily less able to see it for what it is than you are. They're just more prone to falling into these addiction traps than you are. They are being manipulated in one way or another by a bunch of people in suits, just like this fuck.
I will say I disagree with this outlook to a degree, and the reason why is because all advertising is designed in order to get you to do something that you would otherwise not do. That's why advertising is there. It's to create awareness of something or to make it compelling. And this is the same as a YouTube title or a YouTube thumbnail. It's the same as having attractive people wearing clothes for a different brand. This is the same for everything. And that's just the way it is. I think at a certain point, a person has to take accountability for their own behavior. And if you know what you're getting into and you're spending your money,
oh my god, if I could pull this off, getting all these.
For that behavior. You do understand addiction is no different than alcohol addiction, right?
Bar's done.
Do. And so if you want to avoid alcohol addiction, don't drink alcohol. It's actually really simple. Just don't drink alcohol. That's it. I understand that there's going to be some people that are going to go and be
this
like,
might
oh,
work.
It's not that simple. It actually really is. It's the same as if you want to lose weight, eat better, and start working out. It's hard to do. You might think it's challenging or it's painful, but that's what the solution is. If you don't want to get addicted to these games, then don't play these games. Don't play games? Yes, don't play the games that you think are addictive. Yes, absolutely. Privileged shit. But there's no justification. What's your justification? I'm addicted to alcohol? Who decided for you to be addicted to alcohol? You did whenever you started drinking. Everybody knows the risks to this. It's not like nobody, like people, you think people don't know about alcoholism? People don't know about being an alcoholic? What is this? Depression? Oh, so you're depressed so you can just do something that damages your life and it's not your fault anymore? That doesn't make any sense. That makes no sense. It's still your fault. Same as drugs, gambling, and collecting items. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of a bad comparison. Alcohol is like inherently bad, like a video game is supposed to be just fun. That's not true. I don't think alcohol is like inherently bad in small amounts, and I think that for the people that think alcohol is inherently bad, probably also think a lot of them think video games are inherently bad. People think that it's just a matter of perspective. No, it's not. It's not at all. If you don't want to get addicted to something, don't do it. Problem solved. People have zero accountability. Yeah, they want, oh, it's depression, it's the advertising. Get the fuck out of here. Take some accountability for your own life. Quit blaming the world, because you can't control yourself.
Who spend their lives abusing quirks of human psychology to make themselves insanely rich at the expense of everyday people just like you. So if you're watching YouTube and you see a mobile game ad that looks appealing to you, please, for the love of God,
don't
click on it.
That's right.
Because clicking on it is exactly what they want you to do.
That's a fact. That's fact. True. Absolutely. It doesn't apply once you're addicted or born with the addiction. You're right. If you're born with an addiction to something, it's different. But I don't think that's what most people are. So, here's the thing. I'll talk about that after. Like, I'll link you this video. This is, I actually have never heard this album. I didn't know about this as much as he explained it. This is a good video. I really like this a lot. Born with addiction? Yeah. So, like, some kids are, like, born addicted to crack because their moms are crack whores. Like, that's what he's talking about. That's a legit thing. It happens. Or heroin. Yeah, that's just the way it is. How would you even know whenever most people, there are 7 billion people in the world? Well, because it's the same solution. It's like, I don't know all 7 billion people in the world, but I know if you cut your arm off, it won't grow back. Like, there are just some things you don't need to test this with every single person in order to know it's obvious. This stupid, fat Karen bitch, convicted of a felony for helping a domestic abuser evade ICE.
A judge in Wisconsin has been arrested and charged for allegedly obstructing ICE agents. Judge Hannah Dugan is accused of helping an undocumented immigrant avoid arrest.
You just look at her, you know she did it. You do. That's all you have to do. You just look at them, you know if they did it or not. She did it.
Today, the FBI arrested a county judge in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. According to the FBI, this judge knew that Trump's immigration agents were outside her courtroom waiting to arrest a man who was before her court. They say she sent the immigration agents away from her hearing room and then escorted the man and his lawyer out of the courtroom through a private exit.
Hi, good morning, Jackie. Well, prosecutors say the video shows the escape, but the black-robed judge sworn to uphold the law, instead breaking it.
That's right.
That verdict on the felony count, the jury
You look at her. Did she do that? She absolutely did it. It's not even a question. I don't even know what. Did it even need a trial? Like, I tell you right now, she's guilty.
Decided Dugan is guilty of
she did it.
obstructing a federal agency.
Holy shit, I can't believe I...
Here's a quick message from the sponsor of this video, ZocDoc. You ever do anything weird, something's off? Your eyes swollen, your neck got a weird pain, or you have a cold that just won't quit. And instead of calling a doctor, you scroll TikTok and YouTube like that's gonna fix it. Or maybe you're just too busy and you think it'll heal it yourself.
Hey, hang on.
I don't know which doctor to go to. Trust me,
I'm trying to
I
hurry
read
up to
every
finish something
But now I use ZocDoc.
before we start. That might be enough.
ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search for your high-quality, in-network doctors and instantly book appointments. We're talking about over 100,000 doctors from across every specialty. From mental health, dental, primary care, urgent care, you name it, they got it. And
Yes.
with ZocDoc, you can filter by insurance, see who's nearby, and check real reviews from verified patients. Now,
I
simply
probably
just
should
pick
have
the time
double
slot
stacked them,
and
but
appointments usually happen between 24 and 72 hours, sometimes even the same day. Now, full disclosure, I personally use ZocDoc.
it takes up the whole screen.
Now, I found on ZocDoc.
It's not all the way up yet.
Those doctor's appointments, go to ZocDoc.com/Nate the Lawyer. The link is in the pinned comments or in the description of this video. Now, back to the story. So first, let's start in Milwaukee, where Judge Hannah Dugan seems to be in trouble with the feds for trying to help an illegal immigrant evade ICE. Now, to really understand this story, I think you need to understand why this guy was there in the first place. Here is Pam Bondi, Attorney General of the United States. She's going to explain.
It was appalling to all of us what happened. I used to be a domestic violence prosecutor. And
So this guy got charged, he's getting charged for domestic violence and she's helping him get away?
Case involved someone who was deported under President Obama, came back.
What the hell is going on?
And he was living at a residence, and he beat up a man so badly he had to go to the hospital, his roommate. He punched him with a closed fist in the face 30 times. The victim fell to the
30 times? The guy's a fucking psycho.
Ground, and he choked him. Then the girlfriend came in, tried to break it up. He punched a woman in the face with a closed fist so hard she fell to the ground. He hit her in the arm. Both of them had to go to the hospital. The fight's broken up. They're taken to the hospital, and he's threatening to do further harm to them later. So she's a sitting judge on a domestic violence case.
And she let
He's
this
the
guy go.
defendant, Ruiz, 2 victims and a prosecutor, a state prosecutor in the courtroom. It is routinely done when people are picked up on any kind of warrants that it's done outside a courtroom. It's been done in that courthouse. It's been done in a courthouse where I prosecuted.
I don't know why there are so many white women that constantly go out of their way to allow these criminals and these violent people to exist in society. It's like, I feel like just overwhelmingly, if I look at the amount of people that are like trying to support this or advocate for it, it is overwhelmingly white women. It is, and like I can say I'm white, right? I can say that. It's so obvious. Everybody knows
I'm white.
this.
I could say that.
It's white guilt. I think it is too. It's actually they've been psyoped by white guilt so bad that they're siding with domestic abusers. Isn't that crazy? How do you do that?
The reason?
Oh my
Because you know,
God.
executing a warrant is one of the most dangerous things law enforcement officers can do. You never know what you're going to encounter behind that door, what kind of weapons, with any defendant. So the safest place to do it is if you know they're going to be in a courthouse because they've gone through security.
Now, I want to let you listen to MSNBC and how they're describing what happened. Listen to Rachel Maddow.
If Trump's immigration agents are staking out courthouses to grab people, to kidnap.
You see, like, all the emotional language. I think this is what happens, is that they use this trumped up, super charged emotional rhetoric, and then women watch this, and then they get fucking, they get like they get emotionally manipulated by it. They do. They're getting emotionally manipulated by this rhetoric, and now they're siding with and trying to help illegal aliens fucking evade arrest. That's it. It works for centuries. It's so embarrassing.
People.
I just want to be clear, no one was kidnapped.
They're being kidnapped. Jesus Christ.
Arrested.
Yeah.
He's not been kidnapped. And the second thing I want to
Get the
mention is
fuck
that
outta here.
she's not going to mention the victim, but she's saying him being arrested for his immigration issues is kidnapping. But let me let her continue.
Once they show up to take part in a lawful court proceeding, that stops judges from fulfilling their responsibilities under the law for what happens with their cases and in their courtrooms. Now, this was also a point of tension in Trump's first term. In Trump's first term, he also sent immigration agents to go to try to arrest people at their court appearances. And it was a flashpoint then. State judges have a duty to ensure the safety of the people who appear before them in court, whether as plaintiffs or defendants or witnesses.
It's so obviously dishonest. It's unbelievable. It is. This is crazy.
Well, today, a whole new level. Today, the FBI arrested a county judge in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. According to the FBI, this judge knew that Trump's immigration agents were outside her courtroom waiting to arrest a man who was before her court. They say she sent the immigration agents away from her hearing.
I wish that somebody could just buy the house next to where she lives and then put 10 illegal aliens that are undocumented, that have a prior history of violent crime, and have all of them live next door to her house. I think that would be perfect. It would only cost like maybe $1 million, $2 million, right? Like Trump should just do this. Proper punishment? Absolutely. She would sign off on that? Yeah, at first.
His lawyer out of the courtroom through a private exit. For that, the Trump administration has arrested her and charged her with 2 felonies.
So as you see, Richard Maddow didn't bring up the fact that he's here illegally. She didn't bring up the fact that he's in court on a domestic violence beat.
This video is so good, by the way. Because he's playing it, yeah, and it's like she doesn't even include this information.
All right, 40 minutes.
Because it's not about, this is the reason why everybody hates people like her. It's because they're lying. They're lying and misrepresenting things intentionally in order to make people think something that isn't true. That's what they do.
Because he's punched someone 30 times.
Oh,
like
shit.
it says here. Now you have to love the way Rachel Maddow spun
We don't
this.
hate journalists enough.
She's
I
trying
know.
to make the argument that
I know.
by
Trust
helping
me, I
this
know.
guy, this domestic batterer, evade ICE agents, that was in some way protecting him from being kidnapped.
Yep.
Talk about a stretch.
And this is the emotional manipulation that you see. Like whenever you see like all these fat Karens doing some big rally to free all the violent criminals and illegal aliens, whenever you see one of these happening, just know that this is the way that it's happened, is that they watch shows like Rachel Maddow or something like that, and, you know, basically they just see that, they watch Rachel Maddow and they turn into mad cows, and then they go out and they cause a bunch of problems. problems for everybody, and it's insane that we even take these people seriously even for a second. It is. It's so obnoxious and annoying. I can't believe it.
Fans and you guys,
mad cow disease. There's a lot of that.
The videotape. So
I
let's
hate
go
these
to the
people.
video.
I do. I
so
hate
the
them.
courthouse released the surveillance tape to show us exactly what happened this day in this particular courthouse in Milwaukee. All right. So first things first. This is the suspect, Eduardo Flores Ruiz, and he has a court hearing today based on the information you heard earlier of him punching somebody 30 times and beating up his girl. He's been arrested and is being prosecuted by the good people in Milwaukee. Now, when ICE becomes aware of his arrest and detainment, they go to
They come
Milwaukee
and get him,
to go
yeah.
pick him up because he happens to be in the country illegally.
No
So
way.
On April 18th at 8:16 a.m., federal officers went to the courthouse in Milwaukee. The first two officers positioned themselves outside the courtroom, and they were later met by two other officers who were serving in a backup.
Need to build Guantanamo Bay 2.0 for these folks. I think that the biggest punishment that you could give them is to give them the make sure that they have to live with the consequences of their own narrative. Make sure that these people have to live with the chaos and discord and violence and risk that their worldview enables. That's the best way that you can punish them.
At 8:39 a.m., Ruiz comes to the courthouse and clears the metal detector. So now law enforcement knows he doesn't have any weapons, and it's going to be easy to take them because they have multiple officers.
Yeah, sure.
Now, at exactly 8:40, 1 minute later, you see Judge Dugan on the camera right into her courtroom. Now, at exactly 3 minutes after the
Is this her talking to him?
she puts on her robe and runs outside and tells the ICE officers to go to the chief judge's office.
Isn't it also like kind of it's a weird thing that she's out there talking to the people that she's going to be passing judgment on, right? Like, I think that's kind of weird to do anyway. It feels like kind of a conflict of interest.
And then the judge mentions 3 other agents who are down the hall also to the chief judge. Now, after the ICE agents went to speak to the chief judge,
That's an ICE agent?
Dugan pulled a whole bunch of tricks. First, she postponed Ruiz's hearing about the whole beating the guy up and beating up his ex-girlfriend and instructed him to leave through a non-public entrance.
Oh, there he is.
So he can avoid ICE agents. So while the agents
So they're leading him away, trying to actively help him evade the police. Oh my God!
Chief Judge.
See, this person also needs to be charged too. You need to, again, if you want to make this stuff stop, you have to go Old Testament. You have to go Old Testament on them, and you have to completely obliterate and ruin their lives in the most and serious. You put them in jail for 10, 20 years. You totally destroy their life. And if you do that, this stuff is going to stop happening. And by the way, this is the moral position. I am the moral person. And let me explain why. This is a domestic abuse violent criminal. If you let this person out, you are potentially putting other people's lives in danger. This is the same as like drunk driving, where like basically you're endangering everybody else just by driving. And you can say, oh, well, I'm doing it all the time. Well, that's nice. I'll go in the box now. It's this is the reason why you do this. And so, victim of person they defended, that's the moral position. I don't think we can do that. I'd rather just put them in prison and force them into manual labor. That would be my preference. Yeah, and well, what I'm saying is that you have to do it to such a extreme and brutal degree that people are afraid to do it. You have to be so brutal and so extreme and so dramatic about the way that you treat these people that nobody will ever even consider doing it. Because these people are trying to, they don't care if they kill you or your family or your parents or your kids with their suicidal, narcissistic. They will be terrorized, brutalized, and murdered by illegal criminals to satisfy their
I think they broke through the spike traps already.
That's exactly what they throw the book at them, and then go even farther than that. That's what I'm so mad, like, in my opinion. Logic? Yes, exactly, it's Karen logic. Why not just put them in solitary? Just do that.
Hold your head still.
So much.
And what does he do? He follows. But I see the outside, and he is arrested.
Gotcha, bitch.
So the FBI and the Department of Justice,
they just ran his ass down.
And said, hey, this girl just committed a crime. And we're going to arrest him. Here is NBC.
Yep.
Federal authorities reportedly
Do you think that's why we have so many men? They never think that. They never think of being that way. So we don't have to deal with it when it's on our doorstep. We have to learn how to be brave again. I think that people have been defeated by peace, and they've been defeated by a degree of safety that is so reinforcing in our lives than anybody has ever had.
The corner of the business.
Things are so safe and everything is so that people can't even the idea of violence happening or bad things happening. That's the West is we've been domesticated. And so whenever we deal with people that are, you know, not domesticated, like criminals, people assume that there's like a broader reason for it. They try to come up with extra examples for it, or like, oh, why it's like not their fault. Do you think if this is illegal boat immigrants, they're going up the boat instead of letting them onto the shore? Well, they're going to do that. That's where things are going. It's not going to happen yet, but very clearly there's so many people in Europe that are becoming radicalized that eventually the policy for the government will be to blow up the boats and sink the boats. That's what's going to happen. And it will probably happen in less than 10 years.
Arrested a Milwaukee County Circuit judge this morning.
And it would have never happened if they had treated it with the degree. It would have never happened if they didn't treat it as being mad at these migrants coming over and living off of your fucking country is racism. This would have never happened.
The assistant director Cash Patel.
That's right. So Judge Hannah Dugan is the person the official obstructing or impeding for a department or agency of the United States in concealing an individual to prevent his discovery and arrest. So the information that the federal prosecutor by his alleged irregular investigation, she moved this individual who's wanted by ICE, for which there was an active and a arrest warrant for, to be removed from the United States. The jury allowing him to effectively evade ICE agents. This individual was facing criminal charges, 3 misdemeanor counts related to physical assault.
Immigration authority indicted this week. Obstruction and concealing an individual to prevent arrest. Dugan's attorneys are moving to have the case dismissed as the actions were in her official capacity as judge, and that she has immunity from criminal prosecution, citing that 2024 Supreme Court decision.
Where the?
Oh, wow. Too bad, huh? The fat bitch means jail time? Absolutely she does. Absolutely. mean to punish people for becoming not guilty whenever they're shown to be guilty? Well, I don't know. I feel like that's it's a court proceeding, right?
He's just the judge. So she went to trial, and the jury didn't buy the whole, hey, I'm a judge and I can do whatever I want. They convicted her on the felony count. But they...
Man, you love to see it.
It's kind of not really great for the judge because you got to be convicted of misdemeanor and not felony.
Studios, and we start tonight with breaking news on the verdict in the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan.
And Judge Dugan was accused of trying to hide an undocumented immigrant from immigration enforcement agents in the Milwaukee courthouse.
April of this year, bringing attention to Milwaukee amid heightened tensions over immigration in the United States. The question whether should be able to arrest people in courthouses.
They absolutely should be able to. Why would they? If somebody's not even supposed to be the first thing you should do is you should say, are you supposed to be here or not? And if you're not supposed to be here, then you get kicked out. It's stupid. It's a waste of resources. It's a waste of time. And this is what happens, right? Is that this is the reason why we have such a massive problem with dealing with these migrants in these. The reason why.
Not as silhouetted down here.
What the government did
I don't like that.
Trump is that they just
I ain't getting back on top of my base
right?
anytime soon.
And so they created a problem
I gotta
that if you
frickin' deal with this
inside of the system to give these people due process, this would be effectively impossible to do. That's why they're complaining about due process, is that they have due process to let these people come in mass, but then they want to have due process to have them removed. And this is a tactical decision that they're doing and a tactical thing that they're advocating for, because this is something that is meant to basically, grind everything to a halt by just adding in so much obfuscation that you can never actually solve the problem. Due process for citizens, not illegals. I don't think you should give illegals due process either. I think just send them out or send them to work camps. If they're not supposed to be here, they should be happy if they're getting sent back to their own country. And by the way, that's the way a lot of other countries do it right now anyway. So like whenever I'm advocating for this and people think I'm being extreme, that's not extreme at all. Many countries in the world for pathetic, it's not. Somebody shouldn't be here if they're illegal. It's that simple. What are they doing here if they're illegal? Isn't due process to find out whether they're here illegally? Well, I mean, if they keep finding that out, yeah, of course. What I'm saying is that due process is not the same for everybody, right? Like the process to remove an illegal is the process to put somebody who's like a murderer, right? So clearly, you should apply the process for the situation. But these people want to create different levels of processes because they want to get these people in the country. They don't actually care about due process. They only care about the process being used as a tool to make it harder for their opponents to achieve their goals. They don't actually care about due process.
Dude, that parted my hair. Holy crap.
On the felony count, the jury decided Dugan is guilty of obstructing a federal agency. On count 2, a misdemeanor, the jury decided the judge is not guilty of concealing someone to prevent arrest.
So yeah, so this
somebody says, is there a specific reason why it made you care as much about illegal immigration? I feel like most people don't care either way. The reason why I see a lot of overwhelmed by the amount
Where'd
of
old
people
Pukey go?
In the system, right? Like you go to an
Oh, I'm out of ammo.
People that can't speak English, they all probably a lot of them are illegal. I think that's to say, but we all know this is true. And so anyway, there's that. There's right, and you have the housing issues as well. And then also, like I live in Austin, Texas, and I've seen the effects that mass illegal migration has had on Texas.
Oh, that gets through the bars.
Because I've seen it happen. And so, a lot of these people that live in like these northern states,
That door's coming down soon.
the effects of mass migration. They don't have those people coming here. The
puke's coming from? Oh, it's coming from over there.
Profound betrayal of your country and of your other countrymen. When you are signing your country up to have to pay for like infinite foreign illegals, and you know, like effectively
Close.
making
God damn it! I left the door open.
Advocating for it, and I'm not talking. Everybody always likes to say that. Oh, well, what about the legal immigrants? Nobody's even talking about that.
Whoa! Watch out, fat boy.
Explicitly about illegal immigration and illegal immigrants. So that's it. Go to jail. Yeah, exactly. Stupid. Well, I think that they don't see it as a direct problem because they probably haven't thought about it a lot. But like, if you think about it, you're gonna see how that's how it is. It is like 100%. Wasted resource processing all the illegals through the system. So many secondary and tertiary effects pouring that many resources into it. Exactly. And it's all done by design. This is what I said before about how Karens like to create bureaucracies to avoid accountability. This is a great example of it.
That is like the worst case scenario because she has a law license that now is probably going to get suspended because she's convicted. Then you also have like her judgeship. You know, how many victims can be judged?
Yes. An emailed statement from a spokesperson that said it would be inappropriate for me to comment. That they remain prohibited from exercising the powers of a circuit court judge under an existing order of the
about things like your right to vote and your right to firearms.
Yeah.
She's lost all of that. So this judge has a real issue on her hands when it comes to this issue because she is
gotcha, bitch.
And this case vindicates because, mind you guys, I was a brain tumor, right?
I thought this was the guy. I was wondering. I see this guy on Twitter. So he's already back.
First came across my desk, I'm like, oh, she's obviously going to be convicted. And all my little no, she's not going to be convicted.
Anybody supporting this shit, we need to do whatever we can to make them have to live with the consequences of this value. Like, this is so we should overload those systems with illegals and then I see how it's going. That's what we should do.
No, Nate, you don't know what about I don't think they have that experience. But
please stop busing here in New York.
There's no other option because she did what they allege she did, and if you believe helping someone evade arrest when they're in the middle of their criminal activity is something that you should be okay to do, then I just disagree with you. I think she went too far. And she should have just been a judge.
Yeah.
Well, if you like this type of content, don't forget like.
And this is the other thing. This is the reason. Like, I hate this idea that we can't prosecute and go after judges. I think if you see a judge that's constantly making rulings and decisions that are biased and based off of like some political goal, we should take that person and put them in jail. We should. I think that's a good idea. Because really, what is this person doing? This person is taking advantage of and co-opting the legal system in order to push through. It's like what's the difference between that and taking bribes? It's not really a big difference.
Look at you the lawyer. I'm out of here.
Ooh, yeah, I am a big fan of holding judges accountable. I hope that's what happens. I want to see a lot more than that. And they bust a bunch here at upstate New York and kicked all the women out and then ad hoc in Motel 6 and filled them with illegals. They completely destroyed the property within months. Good. Hopefully it gets worse. I'm an advocate of hopefully make it as bad as possible. Make it as unpleasant as possible. And that way, maybe people like now will start paying attention. Look, I've watched many of Nate the Warrior's videos before. This is my first one. And I really like this guy. I do. I mean, I think he's got the most... And he has such a reasonable take on it. Like, I mean, you know, he's not like... I will pause his video of like legal analysis and be like, yeah, we should crucify this person. And it's like, okay, yeah, continue. Yeah, she broke the law by doing like, yeah, we should put all these people in a jail and make them work for free. And My values on this are I don't think I think I'm moderate. I do. I think I'm the most moderate person. But unfortunately, in a world that's been radicalized, accountability seems to be extreme. Bring back burning on a stake. Would I want to burn people on a stake again? Absolutely. 100%. Yeah, public
The
stoning
fuck
too.
is it?
Yeah, fun for the whole family. Exactly. Yeah. Plug it hanging? Yes, eat their meat? Maybe. I don't know.
Dog's serpentining.
Most of us can binge a dog show, shake it off, and go back to our lives. But every once in a while, someone watches something that doesn't just entertain, it awakens them. They don't see the story as made up. They see it as a blueprint, a set of instructions. And what happens next feels less like a crime and more like a scene playing out exactly as they saw it on screen. And in today's video, you'll meet 3 people, each from a different walk of life, but all were drawn to the same disturbing idea, that violence on a screen wasn't enough. They wanted to feel it, recreate it, perfect it. And the stories that they left behind blur the line between imitation and obsession. These are shows that inspired killings. Crime, conspiracy, cults, serial killers, and murder. All things that I love to consume, and I know
I moved right into that almost.
sick, twisted, beautiful,
Is that him? I can't tell which one's the fat guy. I think I got him.
3 killers that were inspired by TV shows or movies specifically. So without further ado, let's unravel these and best into these 3 bizarre cases together. Brizzi was born on June 26, 1966, in the small Italian town of San Marcello Pistoiese, and his upbringing was rooted in Catholic tradition. So his family was deeply religious, and one of his uncles was even a priest. So Stefano was naturally expected to follow a similar path of faith and structure. But from an early age, Stefano felt different. He discovered he was gay at the age of 15, and he would hide his sexuality for the fear of what people close to him would think, because naturally growing up in a very strict religious household, he was scared that they would disown him and think less of him. Worse for himself, he started to become intellectually interested in Satanism to further reject his family's Christian values. So outside he seemed pretty normal, but inside he was clearly struggling. And as he would develop, he gravitated towards philosophy, art, and later technology. He would study philosophy at university, and then he would slowly pivot to the rising world of computer science. And he would eventually become a very proficient web developer. And in time, that skill set would land him a job in one of the most competitive cities on earth, London. London, England, to be specific. Terrible London accent. But he would secure a very high-paying position as a developer for Morgan Stanley, a major global finance firm. So to the outside world, he was a successful Italian immigrant working at a prestigious job and living very comfortably in a modern flat in South London. But beneath the surface, Stefano was disintegrated, because while working in London, Stefano would unfortunately become addicted to methamphetamine. But his descent into methamphetamine and his addiction was kind of quiet at first. He would occasionally recreationally use it with his friends, but the drug would eventually take complete control of Stefano. As they do, with you drugs, kids. And it wasn't long before Stefano was fully immersed in London's chemsex subculture. Basically a scene defined by long, drug-fueled encounters, often with strangers met through dating apps like Grindr, which Stefano used frequently. And his addiction would spiral so far out of control that he would lose his job at Morgan Stanley in 2014. And without structure, his life just became completely unrecognizable. And his drug and sex addiction would just run rampant. And it was around this time that Stefano would become obsessed with the television show Breaking Bad. same though. Not the sex and the drugs part, but Breaking Bad's a really great show. But unlike me, he didn't just enjoy the characters and the fantastic writing. He identified a lot with Walter White, a once overlooked man with quiet intellect who transformed himself into something extremely powerful. So his story kind of aligned with Walter White, so he saw himself in Walter White. So Stefano binge watched the series over and over again, not unlike myself, but we are different people. But he focused not on the dramatic arcs or moral conflicts. Instead, he would focus on the chemistry, the methods, the violence, and particularly the now infamous scene where Walter dissolves a body in acid. And actually, it wasn't Walter that dissolved the body in acid. It was actually Jesse, but it was Walter's idea to dissolve the body in acid to get rid of it completely. And the whole scene revolves around Jesse going to shop for specific barrels that you could put this acid in and it wouldn't wreck the barrel, but he ends up just being lazy and putting the acid in the bathtub and the body in the bathtub, and then actually the bathtub ends up going through the ceiling with the body. The body is completely dissolved. So there's just
that could might cause trouble.
What are you doing? You should watch
I mean,
it's a good show. It's a good show. But
Twitch might frown
so,
upon
like
something
I was
like
saying,
that.
He would pinpoint
I mean, I get what you're going with,
scene, and you could
but
see
you gotta.
where this is going. So in April of 2016,
Twitch could
Stefano
consider that as promoting drug use and
blurred the line between fan fiction
ban you.
reality. So using the dating app that he used frequently, he messaged a man named Gordon Semple.
Mine was between a sensei and a wizard.
Metropolitan Police. And Gordon had worked with Scotland Yard and had a long, respected career in law enforcement.
And they're both kind of the same thing.
Very discreet, especially about his private life, and often enjoyed using dating apps like Grindr. And on the 1st of April 2016, Gordon would arrive at Stefano's flat on Southwark Street for what was supposed to be a casual encounter. And what happens inside the apartment on this day is only known from Stefano's account. So the two had planned a group sex party. Yeah, awesome. Inviting other men to join in the fun. And one such person even showed up, but was turned away by Stefano, who said that the party was canceled. Little did he know, he dodged a major bullet. So after Stefano and Gordon enjoyed each other's company as they do, Stefano would take it a step further and strangle Gordon. And he later would claim in court that during a drug-fueled session, things just escalated, and Gordon just died accidentally during what he described as a sex game gone wrong, and he just insisted that it wasn't. Yeah, man, I hate when that happens. I hate when I'm, having fun with my partner and I accidentally strangle them to death. It's like, people think people are stupid. I just don't even understand. Also, because what Stefano did next did not support his claim at all. Because instead of, calling for help, he left Gordon's body lying on his apartment floor for days. And then, after thinking about what he's going to do, Stefano began the process of dismembering him. And on April 5th, Stefano was caught on film purchasing cleaning products, buckets, and more to dispose of Gordon's body, just like he had seen in Breaking Bad. But unlike the show, it didn't work cleanly. And although in the show, after that ended up falling to the floor, so it wasn't necessarily clean, it did work in disposing of the body. But for Stefano, it didn't. Basically, he filled his apartment with toxic fumes, and the acid failed to fully break down Gordon's body. And parts of Gordon were scattered through the flat, including even in a cooking pot. During the trial, forensic examiners found a partially cooked human rib with clear signs of bite marks on it, indicating that Brizzy had attempted to eat part of his victim, which did not happen in the show. He went a little off script with that. Just an insane, horrible thing. Just to think that this guy went from, a very successful job, had everything in life, to being a methamphetamine, drug-fueled sex addict cannibal is crazy. And during all this, during him trying to dispose of Gordon's body, basically, Gordon Semple's partner and friends had begun to worry, because he's been missing for 5 days at this point. He hadn't returned home, he hadn't returned to work, and every call that came to him went unanswered. And this is also when the smell began to leak through Stefano's apartment building. And neighbors would first notice it in the hallway, and it was a very harsh chemical scent mixed with something foul. we know it was Gordon's decomposing body. So his neighbors would obviously complain to building management, and then in turn contact authorities. And on April 7th, 6 whole days after Gordon went missing, police entered Stefano's flat, and inside they found a scene straight out of a horror film or a Breaking Bad episode. Body parts submerged in acid, bleach, and chemicals scattered everywhere, hot on the stove, with body parts in it as well. The man, who appeared to be completely calm, shirtless in pink boots and tie, just sitting amongst it all. It was just a horrifying scene to think of. And at first, he allegedly claimed that Satan told him to do it. Ah, man, I hate when that happens. But he later tried to minimize the crime. He would just say that it was just a giant accident. Whoops. Didn't mean to go to the store and purchase hundreds of dollars of dismembering tools and chemical acid to get and not own up to it. Oopsie daisy. Just tripped into there. Don't know what happened. I don't know, officer. He claimed he panicked and dismembered the body to hide what he'd done. Oh, so a crime? So you committed a crime. But obviously, investigators aren't stupid, and they weren't convinced. And they would find Gordon's DNA on utensils and inside the cooking pot. And they would also find evidence of Stefano purchasing buckets, gloves, and chemicals, as we know. And they would even recover texts and online searches that suggested premeditation. He was searching up, you know, how to get rid of the body, basically. Cop 101. What are you doing? But thank God he was stupid as hell. And Stefano Pizzi would be charged with murder and brought to trial in October 2016. And his defense held the story that Gordon's death had been a somehow. But the jury naturally rejected that version of events. And in November of 2016, Brizzi was convicted of murder. And in December, he was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 24 years, which I don't think's enough. But he wouldn't serve even just a few months later, on February 2017, Stefano was found hanging in his cell at Belmarsh prison. He had taken his own life. Took the easy way out, piece of shit. He'd actually made several slide attempts in the weeks prior, including ingesting cleaning fluid and other substances. So the man who once admired a fictional kingpin followed the script all the way to the end. Spoiler alert. Murder, dismemberment, disposal.
I started with a 2D model, and then I had the artist make me a 3D model.
For purpose. Because while he tried to emulate Walter White, the next man on this list modeled himself after a serial killer.
I would suggest using a 2D model first because they're easier to work with.
Mark Andrew Twitchell was born July 4th, 1979, in Edmonton, Alberta, a place more known for oil sands than crime thrillers or film sets. And from a young age, Mark was obsessed with storytelling, whether it was science fiction, comic books, or movies. Anything that transported him out of his quiet suburban life. So he had this creative spark within him that he was just ready to use. He was known as the movie guy, because he was always writing and filming stuff. And he did really pursue this passion seriously. He would even go so far as to enroll in a radio and television art program at the Northern Alberta Institute of Technology. And in 2000, he graduated with a degree and a plan. He wanted to become a Hollywood filmmaker. It wasn't exactly a launch pad for the film industry. Little Canadian
It's just VTuber Maker. That's the one I use, and it's actually a set. There's VTuber Maker and VTuber Studios. One of them makes or downloads the model, and the other one is the software you need to animate the model and put it in your stream.
As a passion project, somehow scored actor Jeremy Boba, who played Boba Fett in the original Star Wars films.
If you give me a minute, I'll
Also, sorry if I said his name wrong. So among Star Wars fans, this
I'll show you the programs.
Unfortunately, not quite enough to crack through the mainstream success. But Mark took this positive feedback really
Fucking
seriously,
dogs.
and his passion for filmmaking
Added up to my ass with these things.
But he knew that if he wanted to make it, he needed to write about what he loved. And right then, there was one show that had completely captured his full attention, Dexter, which is also one of my favorite shows. They're starting to make me not like my favorite shows. I don't like this. Dexter, also good show. You should watch it. As you know, Mark wasn't just a fan of the show. He was obsessed. He admired the duality of the main character, a seemingly normal man hiding a violent alter ego. Because Dexter Morgan wasn't just any serial killer. He had a purpose behind his killings. He would only kill vigilante. He would only kill people that were bad, quote unquote. And he was extremely and he even had rules.
Come on, day end.
And he also had a kill room. He would make a portable kill room
Nights tonight.
But Mark would watch every single episode. He would study the details and then began writing a script of his own. It was a story about a man who lures victims through online dating and eventually kill them in a plastic-covered garage, a Dexter signature. But this wasn't fiction, not entirely, because in September 2008, Mark would rent out the garage behind a house in Edmonton, and he began converting it into something eerily familiar to Dexter fans, with plastic sheeting all over the floors, walls, and ceilings. He would also have a table, good lighting, and weapons. And this would be all arranged for one purpose: controlled and isolated kill. And after he was finished making his kill room, he would then create a fake profile on a dating site called Plenty of Fish, posing as a woman named Sheena. And his whole plan was to lure a man into the garage using just like a scene from a psychological thriller, or like Dexter. So after a few months using his fake profile on Plenty of Fish, he would finally get a bite on October 3rd, 2008. Dennis Tetford, 33-year-old casino security guard, had recently gone through a very painful breakup. And that day, he messaged Sheena within hours. And they had arranged to meet up but the directions that Sheena said were bizarre. And I'll read them to you because they are bizarre. So, okay, Friday. If you're coming from the North Groat, get on Penguin Trail, and when you get to the south side, end up on White Mud. Then go south on 50th Street. Take a right on 40 Avenue, and after a block or two, take the very first right into the alley. It's marked by a yellow crosswalk sign to pay attention. Then go left and pull into the only driveway on the left that isn't paved, LOL. Seriously, have you ever heard of a driveway that looks like the Amazon? Well, it won't swallow your car, I promise. There's some garbage up against the fence, like an old couch and such, but it might be gone by Friday. Who knows? Like I said, the garage door will be open for you a touch. Don't worry about thinking you're a burglar. Everyone knows there's nothing valuable in there. ... Except my car, of course. Or see you then. Sheena. Yeah, first visible back door coming out of the garage. Knock away. There's certainly no other driveways along our alley like this one, and the half-open car door is a dead giveaway. LOL. See you 7 on Friday. Like, immediately, no. What? No address? Just 95 different landmarks to follow? Like this, it's just red flags all around. But even though he detected there was some red flags, Gillis figured she was just being cautious. Because, you know, being a woman, you don't want to maybe give away your address necessarily, so I guess I could buy that, yeah. Because after all, he was a stranger on the internet to Sheena.
I gotta log out because I'm going grocery shopping, but
Sheena wasn't a she. So that
let me
night,
show
Gillis
you the
followed
program.
instructions and stepped into the garage, which remember was only
You know, I'm just
open
gonna close
a
it
touch,
this way.
so he kind of crawled under the garage. And what happened next
VTuber Maker
like
is the name of the program.
episode,
Come on, close!
stepped across the plastic floor toward the door that was supposed to lead to Sheena's
There.
backyard, he felt something smash into the back.
Open, please. These are the VTube Studio. This is what you're going to want for a 2D model. You'll get to do 2D model. This is what you'd use. It's the VTube Studio. VTuber Editor, this is for the 3D models. And this also is the VTuber Maker. See how it's running? This is what I use to animate and track with. So these two, the VTuber Editor and the VTuber Maker, these two work together for your 3D models. And then the VTuber Studio, this is what you'll use to animate a 2D model. I believe they have models you could choose from in here. But yeah, I don't know what you would use to make a 2D model. Like I said, I had somebody else do that for me. The only reason I have the VTuber editor is I needed this to put the model that I had made into this program so that I can animate it. So you actually kind of use this. But VTuber editor, you could actually go into this and make an original character. But it'll be an anime character. They don't have any other kind of characters. But yeah, if you got any other questions about streaming, especially if you're at work and you really can't tune in, shoot me a message on Discord. I'll answer it. But yeah, I'm gonna log out now because I got to go buy a shirt and tie for my nephew's wedding coming up in 2 weeks. So I will talk to you guys later. I don't know what I'm going to be playing later yet. I might be playing this. But I will talk to you guys later. You have a good afternoon.